Okay. Hi. Can everybody hear me? I might have to put my headsets on. Testing, testing, one, two, three. Let me know if you guys can hear me. Just put a thank you, MF Kush. I'm just waiting. I had to start a brand new Twitter space, and I hate that because I feel like then it has to be pushed out and marketed and or get pushed out in the algorithm all over again. So um just waiting for the judge to come in. Hey Keisha, how are you? Just waiting for the judge to come in. Hold on for a second. Testing. All right, guys, let me know if you can still hear me. So I'm just waiting for the judge to come in and and then we could get started. It's been a minute since he did a Twitter space. I think I hosted a Twitter space 2 weeks ago. I was talking about fibroids. Um Sometimes I hop in other people's Twitter space, but I kind of try not to make it a habit because Twitter space lately have just been too exhausting and you know it's just not productive. So, but good conversation we're gonna have today. Um, Talking about the ADL and definitely talking about Memphis with Judge Joe Brown running for office and the title, The Invasion of Propaganda, right? Because that does include the ADL um, trying to deter ads, well, marketing companies for placing ads on Twitter and Elon Musk potentially suing them. And also in Memphis, Tennessee, they wrote an article about all of the mayor candidates. And when it got to Judge Joe Brown profile in that article, he was the only one that didn't have a picture. And then they tried to place him as being anti-LGBTQ. Interesting, right? Propaganda, because he is popular amongst the people with the voters. And so, yeah, so that's the theme, the invasion of propaganda. We're not going to be up here long. So by the time the judge do come on, because it takes him a minute to log on, we're probably going to be at least an hour, definitely an hour to probably 90 minutes. Definitely not going over 2 hours, and most likely less than that. So hopefully more people come in. If they have questions, they get to ask some questions, so they could just watch the playback, right? And if anybody that want to request to come up, do so at any time to engage in a conversation or ask the judge any questions. And so I'm going to put some more stuff in the Jumbotron, basically what we're going to be talking about, because I need to pull up that article that he sent me, the Memphis, Tennessee article. I thought I still had it here. Wait a minute. Was it this one? Let's see. And it does take him a minute to come on because of his Wi-Fi, basically. Yeah. And actually, let me go to, where is that article? And he sent it to me. I'm trying to figure out where is it. And it was last week, I believe. No, not that one. No, where is it? I'm gonna have to ask him when he comes up to send it to me again, so that I can put it in a jumbotron. Yeah, what is this? That's not it. Blah 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 blah. We're going too far back up. All right, I'll just figure it out once he comes in the room. Um, and hopefully it won't take long. But what I've noticed lately And I also want to bring this to the fold, and me and him probably going to discuss this on Thursday show on YouTube. Black video creators said YouTube unjustly restricted their content. A judge disagreed. There's a lot of stuff going on with YouTube now that we're talking about this ADL and limiting advertisers and censorship and stuff. There are a lot of things that are going on, especially with YouTube, especially with Judge Joe Brown when he's talking on YouTube. A lot of his content is being, I feel as though, suppressed. It's not, they're purposely not monetizing videos on my channel when he talks about Trump. If they do monetize it, it takes more than 48 hours for it to be monetized. He has a YouTube channel just with him. You know, a lot of those uploads are monetized. However, it's not making it's making very little money. Because I look at the analytics and I'm just like, why? So it's something that's going on to where they probably just have him in a high risk category to a certain degree. But YouTube is basically doing the same thing that the ADL is doing. But people like the ADL and other organizations, you know, liberal organizations, the Biden administration, they are being bought by them to do what they tell them to do. So it's a lot of fishy stuff going on with YouTube. Let me text him. Okay. Where are you? Where are you? If anybody want to request to come up now, you can. Please share out this space. So, and then some people do complain about Twitter, aka X. You know, he's supposed to, I think Elon Musk, he's getting rid of the block thing. But because this platform, you know, I feel as though it's more better when it comes to less censorship. You have the sensitive people that I feel as though abuse the report button just a little bit too much. So I don't know. It's just a lot of things that are going on right now when it comes to these big conglomerate social media platforms. And when you have independent thinkers or independent content creators, a lot of times what we're doing now is trying to figure out, you know, how can we create our own network to get to the, you know, our subscribers, our followers. So, and I do wish he hurry up. I hate the fact that I had to start this space over. Let me see something. I know he's, and this is the thing. Hello?
I'm trying to get on.
All right, well, hurry up.
What?
I sent you a new link. Did you click the new one? I had to start the space over.
I have. Okay, let me.
I just sent, the last text I sent you. Click on that space because I had to start a new space.
Okay, hold on.
Oh my God. Don't tell me he was trying to get on the other link. And I'm like, I see him tweeting. Like, why are you tweeting when you're supposed to be on space? Who was it? Here you go. Jeez. Invite to co-host. Hey, Keisha.
Hey, Dana, how's it going?
Good. Okay, so my thing is not even. What is going on with this? In a minute. Say something.
Can you hear me?
Yes, but why isn't my earplugs? Something again. Oh, here we go. Got it.
I hear you.
No, my earplugs wasn't working. Okay. Hi.
I hear
All right.
you.
Remember that article you sent me from Memphis? The Memphis write up about all the candidates. Can you text that to me now? Because I want to put it up in a jumbotron. I thought you did.
I did text it to you. Let me see if I can bring it up. Hold on.
Yeah, and I'm like, well, which was it? This phone? Oh my God. Bear with us, everybody, because I need that article. It wasn't this one. That was not the longest. Like, I know I'm not going crazy.
Hey, you took me by surprise here. I'm looking.
Yeah, sorry about that. I could have sworn you did text it to me. It wasn't a,
I did.
It was just last week, correct?
Yes.
So what the heck? I don't see it in my text history here. I see a whole bunch of stuff I sent you. Last thing I got from you, an article is human ancestors nearly went extinct 900,000 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
But maybe you sent it to me before then. And then you sent me the polls. Let me see if I could put that in a jumbotron as well. Blah blah blah. What is this? I won't be there. No, not that one.
Oh, this is it right here. Okay. I'll send it to your cell phone.
Yes.
It's called Grit and Grind. The person that writes it is not a friend of mine. She is something of a political enemy. She is a member of the Young Democrats, and she's a feminist.
Oh. All right. So
I've had a tangle or two with her.
Well, the title of this Twitter space is The Invasion of Propaganda. And the focus is, of course, Memphis. You're running for mayor of Memphis, Tennessee, and what's going on there. And that's why I want to highlight this article and put it in a jumbotron. And then also, Musk threatens to sue ADL after blaming it for X ad sell slump. So Elon Musk accuses the Anti-Defamation League, ADL, of pressuring advertisers to shun his platform, X, formerly known as Twitter, due to supposed widespread anti-Semitism, and threatens to sue the organization for defamation. Musk claims that the ADL has been falsely accusing him and X of being anti-Semitic, leading to a 60% drop in ad revenue. Musk emphasizes that he is pro-free speech but against anti-Semitism, and mentions that X is no longer relevant on ad revenue for survival. He expresses a desire to see ad revenue return, but states that X has found other sources of revenue. The ADL and Musk have been at odds since he acquired X, with the ADL accusing a platform of hosting anti-Semitic content. Musk has also faced criticism for engaging with anti-Semitic posts on X and targeting Jewish billionaire George Soros. X's lower ad revenue may be attributed to factors beyond the ADL's pressure, including economic conditions and a platform content moderation challenges. So do you want to speak on that, Judge?
Let me say this. See, there is this conflation of legitimate political, social, economic, etc. positions with exclusive possession by one ethnic group or another, and it is inappropriate. Let's supposing that some, and we take it from the black perspective, woke, and put woke in quotation marks, people who happen to be black started advocating that the U.S. go to the gold standard. Now, aside from the fact that economically there are good reasons why a country does not go to a gold standard that some people may or may not understand, if somebody attacked the gold standard, the woke folk in this question, in this example, would be claiming that that was a racist position because they were being attacked. It's not them being attacked. It is a position they are associated with. The Anti-Defamation League is a good thing for the Jewish community, but sometimes they conflate things when there are positions that they adopt that, if opposed, they take as being anti-Semitic. That is not the case in this instance. And one of the things that I do credit Elon Musk with is he has restored free speech. See, we have a thing right now where certain persuasions assume it's free speech if they get to say what they want. But if anybody else says anything that is comparably critical of a position that they hold, then they are assuming that they are being attacked and it is somehow impermissible. All right, for example, as I have said oftentimes, get your freak on in your bedroom. That's your business. That's your right. But when you come out and start trying to groom our children and recruit them to what you're doing in your bedroom, then we have a right to say, just like you have a right to attempt to say, yeah, we have a right to say no. And it's left up to the building of a consensus, in one sense, to determine which side prevails. But it is also representative of the fact that right now we are so off into individual rights that we forget that sometimes there is an obligation to the bigger group. For example, taking it to the extreme, I had many a rapist, upon conviction, tested out extensively in terms of his psychological makeup. A lot of them had almost an irresistible urge to go commit what amounted to a sex crime. But you cannot allow them to commit the sex crime, particularly when it actually involved a physical transgression upon another someone. You just can't allow that, even if the person is compelled or is driven with an almost irresistible urge. You can't allow just everything because there's some things you have to stop. I had many a homicide case when I had to sentence somebody. And when I had them psychologically evaluated, and this isn't just across the board, this was some few, they turned out to be homicidal maniacs. Something was wrong with them. They were psychotic. And even though they could not control themselves, we cannot allow them to be at large. So somewhere in here, there is an overall interest the society has in its public peace, dignity, and order, and the safety of other citizens that says some things have to be controlled. So we have to have a balance. Control versus personal liberty. Liberty, when it is exercised inappropriately, rights, when they're exercised inappropriately, become license. You don't, for example, stand up in a church, even if you had free speech rights to do so, and start cussing and carrying on and embarrassing everybody in there, or most people, even though we do have a new trend I see. Even in Memphis, there's a notable who has a TV show. He calls himself the cussing preacher. But these things are just what in one day, people used to call manners, courtesies, discretion, and common sense. But we have gone beyond that. So I pass the mic.
So if anybody want to request to come up and speak, please do so, because the judge is not going to be up here long. We're not going over 90 minutes. So speaking of the ADL, I also put in the Jumbotron. It's an article somebody wrote by tabletmag.com. So they were saying how this Jewish organization is now partnered with Al Sharpton, who used to be decades ago, who had issues with the Jewish community going back to the Crown Heights riot. And now this same organization, as of recently, with a Jewish organization that partners with the ADL, had partnered with Al Sharpton virtual March on Washington, and the event was organized by Al Sharpton, sponsored by the Jewish community, Jewish Council of Public Affairs, which is an umbrella group uniting 125 local Jewish communities and 17 national Jewish organizations, right? So it seems like, and then also the man who's in charge of the ADL, Greenblatt, he used to be President Obama White House advisor. He was one of the advisors. So they're very lock in step with the Democratic Party. You know, what is going with the Biden administration, and the reason why they are trying to shift ad money, because they did the same thing with Facebook, to where they told Facebook to limit ads to any pro-Trump content, which is, I'm assuming, is unconstitutional, Judge. And so now what they're trying to do is tell advertisers, do not place your ads on X, right? Why? Because the majority of the consistents are not really supporting Biden and maybe throwing more support against Trump. But it goes back to trying to limit our freedom of speech, freedom of press.
I have something nasty I'd say about Al Sharpton. I'm black, and I say this. I've been around longer than him. I'm older than he is. I think I have more dignity, and I've done more for the cause. But back in the 60s, what he's doing, we would call pimping the movement for personal gain. Now, I don't think, based on what I've seen of him historically, he put anything on. The people he's supposed to be joining in with put it on through him. He's the kind that is the front man. You know, when somebody needs a minority organization, you get one of those types, and somebody that's very un-minority is fronting him off. That happens a lot. I see it a lot, experienced it a lot, and that's what he's doing. So when Al Sharpton puts something on, you can believe there's somebody behind him that's using him as a front man. So, yeah.
Yeah, and then I'm starting to see a lot of abuse of power with these media corporations, marketing, and these private organizations. It's, you know, and so what I'm saying is it unconstitutional for this organization like ADL and others to try and limit ad revenue to a social media platform if they don't conform to their specific demands by suppressing, you know?
Yeah, let's put it this way. If they conspire to do it, or if there's an agreement, then you start getting into antitrust. You can conspire to do a legal thing in a legal way, but that conspiracy becomes criminal. Now, if they're conspiring to get rid of someone who is ensuring free speech for real, just because it comes up from time to time that when you have the free exchange of ideas, that free exchange does not match their wish list, that's impermissible in American society. In other words, if you think that it's not in your favor, then come up with something that's less emotional or perhaps more emotional if you want to go that way, which isn't valid because that tends to be an avenue toward future destruction when your lack of solid foundation becomes apparent. You should rise to the occasion and come up with something more logical, more rational, more reasonable, more analytically based, and you should do the research and provide the data, et cetera, to persuade someone to adopt your position. It is inherently wrong under the American system when someone attempts to impose a point of view without free debate. Now, one thing I'd have to say about our American system, we are entirely too diverse as a people and have always been, whether you include Black folk or other minorities in the mix. We have always been a diverse nation. There is nothing culturally in common that is shared all across this country. There is nothing ethnically that is shared in common across all of these lands. And I know people say, well, they're all white. Yeah, but look at Europe. For 2,000 years, they've been slaughtering each other. So we dump them in the category of European. Well, okay, fine. White supremacy. Okay, what do you mean about the whites? You mean these Scots that have been at war with the Brits for 2,000 years? These Irish who've been at war with both? You're talking about these Dutch who've been at war? You're talking about these Italians over here where the Roman Empire came through, kicked ass, and slaughtered everybody and sold all the surplus into slavery to make money? Oh, you mean those guys are all one? Well, anyway, you get the point. But what we have here is something that does unify us. It's a game, a very important game, and it's called the game of representative democracy. It's called a republic, and we are united in this experiment. We have come together saying we are chess fanatics. We are bid whist fanatics. We are NBA or NFL fanatics. We like this game. We like to watch it played. Occasionally, we might have liked to have participated in it if we are able. But that's what is common with us, the rules, this Constitution, this experiment that we call the United States of America. And when somebody comes in to get advantage for their side and destroys the rules, destroys the game, then you break up the unity because there's nothing else holding us together. You've got the far west, you've got the areas that used to be Spanish that now even back then were remote from the Spanish capitals. You've got the New England crowd. You've got the English aristocracy. You've got the commoner in England. You've got the Catholic. You've got the Protestant. You've got the Native American. You've got the Asian that comes in. And there are ancient cultures that arise in various parts of the country that people identify with and guide their behavior. Those things keep us apart, but what keeps us together are these rules, the rule book for the game. And we have our referees and our umpires who call the balls and strikes, and we have our rule book. And when you start trying to tear pages out of that rule book and destroy the rules, you lose the unity. Nobody wants to play the game. And when you get that, everything breaks up. We've had a couple of instances, 3 actually, probably in the country's history, where people wanted to alter the rule book so far or get away from the spirit, not just the letter of the rule book, that we almost lost it. So I'll pass the mic.
Propaganda, the invasion of propaganda. How does propaganda play a part in everything what you just laid out? And Mimi, I see you requesting. I'm about to bring you up, but don't come up in here with silliness. I'm not dealing with today. So
how the propaganda falls into this is propaganda is the mistress and the master of the concept of telling a lie long enough and loud enough so that everyone, including the liar, believes it. Propaganda would put a falsehood in front of you. In other words, we've got this boogeyman, this villain over here who's so bad that we ought to give up these rules just to get him because he's the enemy. No, he's not the enemy. The person that's advocating the abandonment of the rules is the enemy. But she wants you to be convinced that you should do something that 9 times out of 10, they're too stupid and ignorant to have even thought through. Now, I have 50 years of intense expertise in the law, and I listen to some of the pontifications that I hear on mainstream media from somebody that's 3 years, 4 years, 5 years out of law school and hasn't learned how to use toilet paper to wipe their legal behinds yet. I listened to their pontifications and I said, what in the devil is that? I'd flunk them if I were their professor. But they're quoted as being authorities on the law. There are cranks in every profession. And they get brought out because they might meet or match or support the latest trend. That does not mean that they are actually all that heavy. So there's a lot going on here that is very dangerous to our republic because we do have something new. It's these cell phones and modern media. And it's not what they allow that is positive. It's not what they facilitate. It's what they can do that is highly dangerous that we have yet to appreciate. And that is they allow the speedy dissemination of propaganda. And that propaganda can kill us because it is highly likely, if we don't get a control on it, to destroy this experiment. Now, the experiment is a balance between communal obligation and individual liberty. It must be advanced. The system itself must talk about character, morality, ethics, cause, and purpose. It cannot just surrender this process to people who want to be free of any kind of stricture, because that leads to chaos. Now I pass the mic.
All right. I'm gonna come to you in 1 second, Mimi. I just want to introduce this next article. So speaking of propaganda, the article, and I'll put it in a jumbotron, Grit and Grind Political Edition, who will become the next mayor of Memphis? 8 candidates have risen to the most competitive tier of the field with something for everyone. But will anyone be happy with these results? So they listed all of the candidates. They had you there. However, you were the only one that they did not put a picture up. And you were the only one that when they went into the background, so it was they broken out into 3 parts: background, be on the lookout for, the big question. In this article, nothing but propaganda and honestly defamation, because they said be on the lookout for temperament matters. Brown boasts of his ability to navigate any neighborhood and has a plan for almost every issue that arises. His presence can be often viewed as intimidating, isolating, and off-putting by marginalized groups of people, including members of the LGBTQ plus community. The big question: will Brown approach discussions with Memphians who identify as female and LGBTQ plus with the same respect he affords to gang members in an effort to reduce crime? Brown also offered little in the way of concrete plans for what he hopes to accomplish as mayor. They basically had a negative rapport in this article and positive for everybody else. And then tried to frame you as a sexist and anti-LGBTQ plus.
No, not sexist, anti-lesbian.
Well, they said who identify as female and LGBT.
And in other words, the writing, plain English, means there is a conjunction there. If you're LGBTQ and feminist, that means you're what? Lesbian.
Well, it doesn't necessarily. There are a lot of heterosexual women who are feminists.
But if you are LGBTQ and a man, that means you're what? Gay. You see what I'm saying?
Well, no, that could mean you're liberal.
You have to know the local politics and the organizations involved. Young Democrats, it's their business. They have a right to be whatever the hell they want to be. But let's just put it this way: they tend to have an extraordinarily high number of man haters. So that's what I get told by the young men, some of whom have had the occasion, or you might say misfortune, of having dated some of them. Now, that aside, look at the inherent contradictions. Everything I have a plan for, but I have no concrete plans. But if somebody says, I've got a plan, I'm going to form a committee to study this. And I come back and say, look, I've got a plan. I've been working on it for 25 years. Or I've got a plan. I've been working on it for 10 years. I've got all the details out. Would you like to hear them? Well, you only have 30 seconds. Time's up. I'm not going to explain this plan. It is not a plan when you say you have to refer it to a committee composed of people nobody's ever heard of, who don't have a clue as to what to do. And that's supposed to be who has a plan. Like they cite one of the women down there who's running. She has was in your dormitory. I was in your student union break room. Some of you I watched while you were wiping your behind sitting on your toilets because I was in your bathroom. That's it. So you know how I work. So don't let these clowns come at you like that because they have no plan other than the scams and schemes they're working on right now to steal from the people. So I can account for it. I can tell you the dollars, the cents, who's getting it, where it's going, and where it's coming from. They don't like that. And most of them don't have a clue because they wouldn't really be running the place. All they would be is somebody else's basically chief administrator, and you would never know who the administrators were if you weren't energetic and creative enough to find out. And it's just like we were talking about Al Sharpton. Do you really think he planned this, or do you think it was the people who joined in with him who planned him and used him as a figurehead? See, we've got enough of that, and our cities have gone to hell. It's time we took them back over because the people have strength. The people want public order. The people want job opportunities. The people want something that assures them that there is a tomorrow instead of a whole bunch of people acting like it's going to hell 2 days from now. Now, okay, with that, I'll pass.
All right. So I'm going to go to Mimi, then E-Rose, and anybody else trying to request to come up, please do so because he's only going to be up here for another 30, 40, 45 minutes. So go ahead, Mimi.
Okay, thank you. And thank you, Ms. Dana, and thank you for letting me speak in your space. And Mr. Judge Joe Brown, I have a question. I have really three, but I'm gonna try to see if I can get my three. My first one, and if you can, because I'm a figure of a believer and no better. If you can, I want to say if you can speak about what it meant when Trump went in. I would say he did it. I think he did it in 2020 when he signed off to the Declaration of Independence. If you can elaborate, what does that mean and what is that about?
You're muted, Judge. Unmute.
I was tapping this thing, it wouldn't work. The button wouldn't work. Look, are you saying, well, okay, I remember when he talked about he was a strong supporter of the Declaration of Independence.
Yes, sir.
And that's that thing went in the course of human events, etc., etc.
I guess I want to say, and just to have a smooth conversation for me to understand, because I went to the public school system, but I think I'm pretty fair with a good question. The Declaration of Independence. And in my mind, real quick, Mr. Jester Brown, I believe, in my mind, I don't believe, but I'm like, it's suspect. When Trump went in and he did it, I don't think he did it at the beginning, but he did sign off to the Declaration of Independence. And per my husband and what have you, we was talking about it. It's just like he's breaking up with all the wars that North America has lost. Am I kind of like going somewhere or something? I don't know. If you can help me out with that. Thank you.
We only really lost one war, and that was in Vietnam. Now, are you talking about the Declaration of Independence? I think the way it goes, if I'm not mistaken. Okay, when in the course of human events it becomes necessary for one people to dissolve the political bands which have connected them with another and to assume among the powers of the earth that separate and equal station to which the laws of nature and, of nature's God entitled them. A decent respect to the opinions of mankind requires that they should declare the causes which impel them to the separation. I'm saying this from memory. We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal, that they are endowed by their Creator with certain unalienable rights, that amongst these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. that to secure these rights, governments are, let's see, instituted among men, deriving their just powers from the consent of the governed. It's been a long time. What's next? That whatever any form of government becomes, that whenever any form of government becomes destructive to these ends, it is the right of the people to alter or to abolish it, and to institute no government, laying its foundation on such principles and organizing its powers in such form as to them shall seem most likely to affect their safety and happiness. Let's see. Okay, yeah. Prudence indeed will dictate that governments long established should not be changed for light and transient causes, and accordingly all experience hath shown that mankind are more disposed to suffer while evils are sufferable than to right themselves by abolishing the forms to which they are accustomed. But when a long train of abuses and usurpations, pursuing invariably the same object, evinces a design to reduce them under or to absolute despotism, it is their right, it is their duty to throw off such government and to provide new guards for their future security. Let's see what's next. Oh yeah, such has been the patient sufferance of these colonies, and is now the necessity which constitutes them to alter their former system of government. The history of the present King of Great Britain is a history of repeated injuries and usurpations, all having in direct object the establishment of an absolute tyranny over these states. To prove this, let facts be submitted to a candid world. Now, it goes on from there. I think I can remember most of it. If you want me to, I'll go on. But you get the point.
Yes, sir.
And I think what everybody focuses on is we hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal and that they are endowed by the Creator with certain unalienable rights, that amongst these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Now, that's the one part that everybody tends to go to, that little paragraph. But,
all right.
yeah, that's the Declaration of Independence. If that's what you mean, I got Trump doing that in my head from what I heard him say, if that's what we're referring to.
All right. I want to get to E Rose. Go ahead, E Rose.
Okay. Thank you so much for letting me talk in the space. I'm going to make it pretty quick. Judge Joe Brown, I know that you are running for mayor of Memphis. And I have 3 children in school. So I wanted to ask you a question on what do you think what are some of your ideas as far as school? This is the dilemma I'm having. So I have a son he's in 1st grade now. He was going to a school where there was a transgender person at the school. It was actually a man who was posing as a woman, dressed in the tutu rainbow colors. It just was, and he was in a black school with, a predominantly black school. A lot of, young, underprivileged. I stay in what you would say, I guess, the hood, or but and my son, he doesn't go there anymore. I didn't feel comfortable with him being at that school. I just feel like it's really confusing. They had him teaching pre-K, and I feel like I honestly think that the students, if students are supposed to wear uniforms, I think that teachers should wear uniforms.
Exactly.
I don't think that this is something that should be. I don't think that should be something that they need to be putting in school when our kids can't even eat, they can't read or write. But you want to make sure that they see all of this, and I just want to know your thoughts on that and what are your plans to, make sure our kids get the best education.
I have a plan, and I have more than 15 seconds to detail it. Now,
okay.
Let me ask you a question. Did you take your kids to Sunday school or church?
No, not regularly. I don't have a church home.
No, but you did. All right. And our mothers tended to take us to church. I knew I grew up with one of those things. If you don't go to church, you're not going anywhere else the rest of the week. Okay. Why do mothers do that? Why do they do that, taking their children in diapers, youngsters, to church where it's way too young for them to understand, or to temple or to synagogue or to mosque? It's because you want to condition the child to a religion. But we have a situation where they have these people dressed up like they're women. They tend to take a negative approach to what the woman's like. In other words, a burlesque, a travesty they present as a woman, a caricature, like a cartoon edition of a woman. And they don't take them to the synagogue, mosque, temple, church once a week. They go Monday through Friday and they read to them. Children, until they get to 8 years of age, are physiologically and mentally much more responsive to the human female than they are to the human male. So they listen. This is a mama stand-in. And they don't just talk to them for the time that they are awake before they nod off to sleep in church, synagogue, temple, or mosque. They're there for multiple hours every day. And they're grooming these children, converting them to a new religion. Now, one of our recognized religions is that of Buddha. But Buddhism has no God. Buddha was a real live human who was a royal human who renounced his royalty to help people. That's a streamlined way of putting it. But it is recognized as a religion because it is a coherent system of philosophy. When you take these children to school, they are not talking about principle anymore. They're not talking about those things that build character and distinguish us from those who lack it. Because when you get these things, they give you purpose, they give you goals, they give you the ability to focus and to have some opposition that you can pit yourself against when you see something that challenges these values that you have inculcated in you. So what they're doing is teaching them to have no value. Now, you cannot teach Christianity in a school, not a public one. You cannot teach Islam in a school, not a public one. You can't teach Judaism in a school, not a public one. You cannot teach Hinduism in a school, not a public one. And you cannot teach Buddhism or Zen in a school, not a public one. But you can teach this new religion. And this religion has become the religion of a whole lot of people in our government on both sides of the aisle, both parties. The Black Caucus is almost totally composed of followers of this new religion. This is a way so you understand that
You went out.
Okay. Somebody would impose the forcible brainwashing, and there we get back to our subject of your children with these ideas that are not those of the overwhelming majority of human beings on this planet or on this continent or in this country or in this state or in this city or in the county is just horrendous. Why, if they want to do this, don't they have a meditation room where the rest of the children can get up, go have prayer, or go have thoughts so they don't have to listen to this? Why are so many states making it a crime for a parent, for goodness sakes, to oppose this? You can get any federal judge to go along with saying, this will be stopped. This school cannot have a nativity scene. This school cannot teach this. It cannot teach that unless it has the rainbow attached to it. See, this is wrong. And one of the things I'm going to do is Take the city attorney's office. And I have a good woman I have in mind who's got a lot of federal experience in the subject. And we're going to go to court. And we're going to go after Memphis and Shelby County's Board of Education for allowing this. We're going after Teach America, who has taken this system over and trains, chooses, hires, and assigns our teachers. We're going to sue some people for fraud in federal court and get the money back for misappropriating our funds and for failure to deliver on their contract to educate our children. There is good reason why a whole lot of teachers that had master's degrees, doctorate degrees, had been teaching for 25, 29, 32 years and were making 80, 90,000 a year because of their excellence, why they got set up and discharged for no real cause so you could hire somebody with $28,000 to start with and only the requirement for a 2-year education. You have some big problems. Let's see, Shalea Harris resigned. She had great dignity. She said, I can no longer be part of this fraudulent, ignorant thing. And what was she talking about? The $100,000 or less contracts that the board does not have to be to review. It can be signed off on. And when you add up 7, 8, 9, 10, 12 of these contracts a year, that's serious money. Let's get to one in question, Birch, Porter, and Johnson. It's a black silk stocking law firm. They get paid $350 to $1,500 an hour to handle routine work. What's wrong with that? Because the Board of Education already has a board attorney and a board attorney staff, which consists of a bunch of lawyers who are paid a fixed salary to do these things that this law firm, well, $500 an hour now, they get to $2,500 an hour to do stuff that you already have a staff assigned and get paid full time to do. What time is that? You see, these things need to be stopped. Now, personally, what's my background? I've been a teacher on the junior high and high school level. I was a Cub Scout and Boy Scout master here locally for 15 years. I was a playground director, and you've heard of 2 of my students. One was a big success, the late singer Barry White, who was a skinny little 12-year-old kid on the playground. The other one was the last person executed in California. We couldn't get him away from his mama, or at least what she was doing with him. And that was Tookie Williams, who co-founded the Crips in LA. He was a 14-year-old volunteer on the playground. So I know what I'm talking about. I had a recidivism drop from the statewide 80% statewide for felons who had been convicted down to just 18% in my courtroom. And if you walk around, I can guarantee you we can't be out walking on the sidewalk or in a restaurant for half hour before at least one somebody comes up and tells me I straightened them out. Now, I can do that big time as the mayor, and that's what we need in the school system. 25 years ago, 30 years ago, I used to run these classes for single mothers who had a boy in the Memphis city school system who was between 13 and 17. And the problem is that these boys at about 14 would start being larger size individuals than their mamas. And I wound up doing a lot of good, giving them the clue on what to do with these boys and working with these boys to get them motivated. We need that. Now, if you want more on this plan, I could talk on for the next 45 minutes. You get the idea? I have a plan. This is like they say, everything I got a plan for because I worked it out. And by the way, my mother taught kindergarten for 29 years until she retired. My old man taught school too. He had a law degree from Howard, but he went back in the 50s, early 50s. Nobody made any money practicing law in certain places, so he decided to give back to the community. We didn't have to live where we lived, but we stayed down in the hood to give back. I grew up in South Central LA. I've been here in Memphis for 50 years continuously. And some of these lying scoundrels say I moved out of Memphis, just came back. No, I didn't. I just got a lot of airline miles. Frequent flyer. But
Well, one thing for sure, Judge, I just appreciate you listening to me. And one thing I do when I hear you talk, you always say, protect womanhood, but also promote masculinity in men. And that's what I want for my son and my daughters, but especially my son, who is just a child growing up in these school systems. And I definitely want to see a change. And I want him to have I want him to have the best care and the best help. And I want to raise a man. I want to raise a strong black man who is going to protect his sisters and the women around him that he loves. So I just appreciate you.
Thank you. Let me tell you one other thing I did that goes to what you touched on. I won't mention the high school because the principal was really trying. A few years ago, I was there and I was supposed to speak to the kids at an assembly. We were walking around the campus and I saw a young lady with some knit booty shorts on with her butt cheeks out at the bottom, some little thin sandals on. Her tummy was out and there was a big belly ring she was wearing. She had a tied halter and some butt length extensions braided into her hair. So I said, geez, principal, the students get to dress like that now? He said, Judge, that's not a student, that's a teacher. We don't have any dress codes. What in the world is going on? At another school, one of my good friends that I've known for years is a retired principal, and she comes back to train new principals on how to do their thing. We have the worst problem she and I talk about. You know why? Because the principal wannabes are acting like they're the kids they're supposed to be straightening out. They don't turn their assignments in on time. Their mama died 3 times in the course of 2 months. It's ridiculous. And it's a problem. One time she was at a school. She said, could you do me a favor? I said, what? She said, we've got one awful teacher in here. You know how to teach. So would you just show somebody how to teach this class? I said, well, what's the class? Basically, it's what I would have called social studies. So I politely said, lady, let me show you how this is done. Oh, well, I can't do anything about these students. They just won't listen. I said, just watch. And by the end of it, she said, how did you get them to do that? I said, because there is a skill involved in this thing. You have to want it, and you have to feel it's your responsibility and duty, not just the job, to put in these children's heads what's going to make it for tomorrow. And if you want a personal incentive, one day you're going to get too old to handle stuff yourself. So you want to train up somebody that can take over for you so you aren't in a chaotic mess. Oh, see, we need somebody in charge. Me.
All right. So thank you, E. Rose, for
and thank you.
Yeah, I think she dropped down. But all right, so you didn't want to be up here too long. It's been a little over an hour, so I guess another 30 minutes. If anybody want to come up to ask the judge anything or talk about what we went over, please do so. Just request. One other thing I wanted to bring up under the propaganda, the invasion of propaganda, is the Congressional Black Caucus. I actually see someone just requested Christian. You can unmute.
Go for it.
Unmute. Christian Mondi Prince.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, thank you very much. I'm calling you from South Africa. It's 11:15 here at night.
Hi.
Oh, hello, and hello to the judge. I'm a big fan of Judge Joe Brown.
Thank you, sir.
I want to say something about the judge's campaign. It seems to me that the judge is being sidelined by the media, especially in Memphis. And my worry is that a highly qualified candidate will end up not getting all the news coverage that he deserves, and therefore the people of Memphis will not vote for somebody that they know because of the left-wing media. And my suggestion is perhaps you can look at the Daily Wire, get in contact with them and get them to interview the judge, particularly Candace Owens. I think that would uplift his campaign hugely. Also, what I've realized is that Vivek Ramaswamy, he goes to all the podcasters, small or large, and he has become extremely well known by the public in small cities and large cities. And I think if the judge adopts that strategy, you've got very big podcasters and medium-sized and small ones like JBL, Brian Logan, and there's Dog Mike and others. There's quite a lot of them. And if the judge can get onto those, and I'm sure those podcasters will only be too happy and thrilled, actually, if the judge can get on. The judge will get a very huge media profile. And I think that would help greatly, because we do not want to see, even though I'm in South Africa, I mean, we see what is happening in America. It's becoming woke, it's becoming an LGBTIA society, and we don't want to see that, So we want the judge to win, and we want the judge to get a large following, and he can only do that if a lot of people knows that is running, and I'm not sure if they do, because the media is just shutting them out.
Well, I would say that would be great advice. However, there's a caveat to it. Let me put this to you. I had this TV show for 15 years, all right?
Yes.
I was in a special section for CBS syndication. In that section, I was there. Judge Judy was there. Oprah Winfrey was there. Dr. Phil was there.
Yes.
And what happened is for the last 4 years of the 15 I was there, I beat Oprah almost every week in the readings. I slaughtered Dr. Phil.
Wow.
And half the time I was caught up with, even with, or sometimes beating Judge Judy for being the #1 syndicated show in America. And what Nielsen said was, out of all of the TV shows in the United States that was syndicated, I probably had, maybe not every day, the most people watching me. Out of a 10-day period, I had more different individuals watching me than any other show in the country. So people know me. The question is why did Hollywood and I have such a hard time? Because I would not endorse their agenda. I don't care what people do in their bedrooms, but I was not going to endorse that rainbow agenda you're talking about, because I didn't like what they were doing with their alliance when it came down to try to groom children or dissipate or destroy the ethic behind promoting manhood and protecting womanhood. Now, that said, I had a parting of the ways because I just got tired of it. I was over retirement age, and they owed me quite a few $1 million. They wanted me to take an IOU on. I said, you can talk to my lawyers. Now, what's going on today? This is the 5th thing I've been on today since somewhere around 8 a.m. this morning. I get on a lot of social media, but there's an interesting thing. Kwame Brown and I did one about 2-3 years ago, maybe 2.5, and we were on YouTube. We got 9.8 million views. That's going viral. Then it stopped, and they kept knocking it down to keep people from wanting to go see why 9.8 million people viewed something. So if you look at it now, you'll show it's under 1 million views. So what in the world? You can't unview something you've seen. So that is just trying to use the propaganda engine, which is part of our topic, to keep people from finding out that there are alternatives to what they say. Now, how do I know propaganda? I was the teaching assistant back in the 60s for a visiting Soviet professor emeritus from the University of Moscow. She had at one time been the highest ranking woman in the whole Soviet Union for their Politburo. She had functioned as a chief for the KGB and before that the NKVD. And guess what her office was? She was chief of propaganda for the Soviet Union. She had two people she answered to at one time, Comrade Stalin and Beria, Comrade Beria, who was head of the secret police and became premier of the Soviet Union after Stalin died. She also used to be chief deputy under Nikita Khrushchev from Ukraine, who was chief commissar during the Stalingrad siege in World War II, and then became premier of the Soviet Union, and had just been in the news because this wasn't long after the Cuban Missile Crisis mess. So I've talked to some of the best folk in here. Okay, I got an award from the Olander Foundation. They gave it to me at Watergate, and it was the same award that they'd given Ronald Reagan, Menachem Begin, Anwar Sadat, Muhammad Ali, you name it. They had given these awards to people who had brought peace, who had organized stuff. They even gave one to, let's see, well, they've given them to a whole lot of people. I got that. I got inducted to the Black Bar Association, National Bar Association Hall of Fame. All right. I've done a whole lot. I've lectured at Yale Law School on a regular basis. I've been an adjunct law professor, a college professor, a school teacher. I've done the whole 9 yards. I worked with Tom Bradley when he got elected the mayor of LA. I worked on Harold Washington's campaign when he got elected in Chicago. I've worked on the campaigns of a whole lot of people. Al Gore, vice president of the United States, was a client of the law office I was with until I became a judge. And he didn't get there just right off the bat. He came there when he wasn't even elected to the United States Senate and was still there when he was vice president of the United States. I know people. Jimmy Carter said he was a fan. All right. So
no, your
So
resume.
do you have another question, Christian? 'Cause I
people
need to
don't want
move
to
on
get
to the
the
next
idea.
speaker.
Just very quickly, thank you so much.
Well,
Just to
thank
say,
you for the opportunity to pontificate. I appreciate your call from all the way over there.
thank you very much, Judge. Just
right.
get your profile in the media up. Please contact the Daily Wire and other podcasters. We need to see you as the mayor of Memphis. Thank you very much and good night.
All right, sir.
Thank you.
Excuse that. I just had
bye.
to get the opportunity to put that out there. But anyway,
I'm just trying to go through the speakers for time, because you did say you're limited on time today.
I'll stay on a little longer. I just sent a text.
Okay, Miss D, you can unmute.
Hello, Dana. Hello, Judge.
Hi, ma'am.
Hi, Judge. We can't hear you. Fix your phone. Oh, here you go. Okay, you're fine.
I'm sitting.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, I was enjoying what you and him was talking about, but what I wanted to ask you, were you talking about schools in general, or you was talking about the schools in Memphis of what's going on with the teachers and the money and all of that?
I was specifically addressing a question to a mother who is a resident in the city and has children who are impacted. As far as that goes around the nation, perhaps. It depends on your individual circumstances.
Well, I was wondering what you thought about Mr. Miles here in Houston, what he's doing to us here.
Okay, let's see. I know somebody from Houston. What have I heard? Tell me specifically what you're talking about.
The superintendent, the T that then took over Houston's HISD, that's doing the same thing. Got rid of all the teachers, offered other teachers all that money, and got rid of all the good teachers, and the other ones just quit. They just quit because he's just doing too much. And now he's saying that they don't have to be certified to be a teacher, and he's offering them a bunch of money. And then
Okay.
when they come, they finding out that the contract is not what he said, is not the amount of money that he said it was going to be. And he also closing all our libraries, making them detention centers, which we know who that's directed to.
Well, okay, let me put it to you this way. Teachers probably spend more concentrated time with your children than you do. They are in charge of teaching them, which is something we don't always pay attention to. So if you invest poorly in who's going to do the training, it's like an army that has long enjoyed peace. It picks officers and sergeants for reasons other than their ability to lead a war, which is the business of the armies, and they suffer disasters unless they have sufficient time to correct the problem. Right now, we don't have time to correct our problem because our children are dying in the streets. There are drive-bys, they're missing opportunities to get the initial experience that would give them a work ethic of understanding that the world is a very competitive place. They're getting treated with those who are mediocre when it comes to the qualifications. Now, one thing that Houston, now that my recollection is getting refreshed, is suffering from is a compounding of a bad situation. When I went to school, one of the few professional fields open to very intelligent, educated women was education. And we had teachers that could match most of the folk, female, that you see in business, industry, finance, law, medicine now. But now that so much else has opened up, you lost that huge cadre of heavily educated, very wise, very intelligent teachers. You also lost a lot of men because there were those who came back from World War I, World War II, Korea, who got into education because they were able to get college educations with the GI Bill or bills. And they took advantage of it, and they were used to the fact that as non-cops and officers, their business was training those who came after them, and they took that business seriously. Now, if you've got somebody trying to undercut that with mediocrity, the problem is what you put in is what you get out. They used to have a thing called GIGO when it came to computers: garbage in, garbage out. That went to your programming. So what you want is somebody in there who is going to put excellence in to inspire your children, grandchildren, nieces, and nephews to do the best they can and to get the most out of their experience. So downstream in time, 5, 10, 15, 20, 40, 50 years later, they will have accomplished something in life that was made easier because they had an adequate education and a foundation in life that could be obtained through school. If your current setup is trying to diminish that, get rid of it. Go to these meetings, open your mouth and talk. Turn them out. They're poison.
Well, that's what everybody's been doing, and it's a judge is he's suing the state to stop him from doing what he's doing to the teachers, because he was sent in to turn the whole thing, it's horrible. And they closing down all our libraries, and they making them detention centers only in the black area, in the black and brown area. They doing that. They closing all the libraries. The librarians are losing their jobs and everything. Well, they done lost them because he's closing them across the state. I mean, across Houston.
Can I ask you a question? I want to ask a question. So why did he decide to turn them into detention? Are these particular areas with the students Is it a high disciplinary issue, or what is, what was his
nobody
stats?
He's not giving nobody a reason. He's very arrogant. If you can read the story, it's really horrible. It's very arrogant. He's very arrogant. They've been having meetings after meetings after meetings, and he's just saying that it is what it is, and that's what it's going to be.
No.
That's basically
What is a probable clause for him to come up with that as a remedy to do what? To curb bad behavior in school? Like, he had to have a reason and had to have some type of data saying this is a problem, here's the proof, and this is the solution. Did he present what was the problem?
No, I'm telling you what it is. He's so arrogant that he lied to the students and told the students that they was doing some performing dance for something else, and come to find out right at the last minute they found out they was doing some kind of dance, like they praising him. The students came out all in the newspaper.
Okay, besides that, when you have an administrator saying that they're going to turn public libraries, which is funded by the people that live there and pay taxes. For a second, please. It's just feedback. That's saying, so he's going to turn public libraries that is funded by the locals in that district, in that city, that pay for it. And he comes in and says, I'm going to turn them into a detention. Now, Judge, you just can't come in and turn it. Isn't that protocol? You have to have cause.
Oh, yes, you can do it if the citizens allow it. See, there is a newly developing arrogance of, I'm right, my cause is just by any means necessary.
But did he
I come in and I do it whether you like it or not. Do something about it.
No,
because I know you
question
won't come out in vote.
The question that I'm asking, for him to, what problem did he say was going on for him to come up with that solution?
That's what she's talking about. That's what I talk about. There is no reason. There is no rationality. There is no logic.
Now, can the residents, along with the parents and everybody, can they sue?
No, you can't sue, but you can turn out at the next election. And why doesn't that work? What have I said? If you give one party your unquestioned loyalty, no matter what they don't do for you, and you deny any kind of support to the other party, no matter what they try to do for you, neither party has an incentive to do a damn thing for you. So right now, we need to show some people we mean business and get away from supporting somebody just because there's supposedly a boogeyman on the other side.
Ms. D, I want to ask you, he's a superintendent. What is he again? What is he?
They brought him in.
No. What is his position? What is his position title?
I thought he was the superintendent, but I know it's I'm thinking it's called the TEA. They come in and they take over the school system, because it happened in Beaumont when my daughter was teaching in Beaumont too.
So the state of Texas has taken over the Houston
school
system.
He's a technical educational advisor.
Yes, right? That's what I said at first. The TEA, that's what it is, Judge. Yes.
All right, I got you. I know what it is.
Does the state of Texas, did they take over the school system in Houston? Is that
yes,
state
that's
control?
What I'm telling you. He's called TEA. They brought him in to take it over. Yes.
No. I don't think y'all understand the question.
Dana,
I'm saying,
here's what the problem is.
The question,
in other words,
let me ask the question. The question I want to know is, does the state of Houston does the state of Texas control the city of Houston education?
Yes, it's called the takeover. They took it over. The state took it over.
Okay.
In other words,
and they appointed him in charge.
Hold on. What happened is the state is contending that the local school system is scoring so low on the test that they need to be taken over. So they're sending in somebody to do that, right?
Exactly what happened.
Okay, yeah, that's what that's spreading around the country.
Right. Okay. Right. So that's the clarity that I need, because what I'm saying is, if when the state takes over a school district, they do have total control and they can pull whoever they want in that position, as opposed to a superintendent being elected, and that township has control, or that county has control over that particular school system, and a superintendent is elected, then I believe the parents or the residents have more power on, okay, you abusing your power, we don't want this, we don't want that. But if the state is in control, then it's really the state that is calling the shots or giving a green light. And you don't have power if the state is in control of that school system. This in the state's hands, not the people.
Okay, let me give you how to get it back to the people's hands. The governor signs off on this. You've got a state legislature, and you have a local component, which from Houston and Dallas, Fort Worth, etc., you have a huge assortment of representatives in your state capital. I would strongly suggest that you make it very painful for your local state representative and your local state senator if they do not do something, or at least nominally, to reverse this. See, excuse this term, they have it in the military and in corporations, bureaucracies. They say shit runs downhill. That's, if there's a mess, it runs downhill, and the people at the bottom of the heap are going to pay for it. So everybody tries to keep stuff from running downhill by keeping their being from being stuff to run down. So what you have to do is use the local political process to make it very uncomfortable, if not downright miserable, for anybody hoping to keep his or her elected position if they don't do what you elect him or her to do, which is on the state level, do something about getting what you need where you live. So anyway, you might also want to hold the people accountable who are responsible for the educational system in your area sliding so low that you get very low scores on these standardized tests. In other words, fifth graders that don't even read on the second grade level or first grade level. See, that kind of thing is inexcusable. It's neglect because something is more important to them. So make this very important. Plus, there's this old saw. It's the squeaking wheel that gets the grease. Squeak loudly.
Yes, the teachers are saying that he's Abbott's puppet. That Abbott is the one sending, that he's Abbott puppet.
Well,
That's
also,
what all the teachers are saying.
I want to bring this into the fold, because the reason I was asking those questions, the Newark, New Jersey, they were under New Jersey state control for decades, and probably maybe 10 years ago, or maybe less than that, the city was able to control back their school system. Because now you got to look at follow the money. Going back with the judge, I would say follow the money. Newark, New Jersey school system have $1 billion budget, right? So you're talking, and then the parents should have to vote in the Board of Education committee. And they're the ones controlling this $1 billion budget. Now, I just looked it up. Houston ISD board unanimously vote to approve $2.2 billion budget with cuts to central office and contractor services. So this is also a position of power and money, because they're going to be, now the state is controlling the $2.2 billion budget for the Houston school system. So, money plays a lot.
May I offer this too? Memphis, Shelby County's Board of Education has a bigger budget than Houston does. That's ridiculous. Next thing, think deeply. Abbott is behind this. Is that correct? The way you look at it?
Yeah, that's what all the teachers are saying. It's all over the news, TikTok, everywhere.
Now let me put this to you. Let's supposing he was. Have you taken the time to look up his educational philosophy? It may be that in a sophisticated or not sophisticated fashion, he's attempting to generate chaos. So everybody will be so pissed at the way the public schools are messing up that they would be very receptive to, let's get rid of this tax burden aka the public school system, and make it so that the affluent and the slightly less affluent can get the money to send their kids where they choose. So you have educational vouchers that are now freed up because of the dissatisfaction with the public education system. See, some people are sophisticated enough to that. Ruin the public schools so people won't want to go to them. So that gives an impetus to them supporting an alternative. That may be what your problem is, the intent to engineer a support base for an alternative. You have to consider that too. But you need to have some close discussions with your representatives.
And so a couple of things, two things I want to say. Miss Parker, who's in, because I'm streaming this on YouTube, she says the education standards in Houston has changed because they are no longer a part of the Texas Education Association, TEA. They are not in good standing with TEA because of years of poor test scores. So with that said, so it's two things here. If it's decades or years of poor test scores, and what is the solution for that? And also with this new superintendent turning the libraries into detention centers, the detention centers for behavior problems, and what is that going to consist of? Is it just housing kids, probably going to be majority Black boys, as if it's a prison? What are the stipulations if a kid is placed in these detention centers and to close down the libraries? Then they are planning to put a whole bunch of students in those detentions.
Well, that's exactly what they're going to do. They're also putting cameras in they also put cameras in every classroom, even in the principal's office. And if a kid disrupt or do anything, that's where he goes and that's where he stays.
Okay, what you're doing is something that we had a lot of here in Memphis and Shelby County, which was the juvenile courts saved money because they sent the delinquents to certain public schools where the poor little 5'3" tall teacher would have to deal with a doggone near 16-year-old who's in the 5th or 6th grade, so they could cut down on their expenses with deputy jailers and correctional officials. Another thing too, there is this, and I offer it as a real thing that is not often considered. There's nobody that's your enemy sitting on the other side of your kitchen table. If you sit on that side of one side of the kitchen table and you make your children sit there and do their homework while you're working with them, they don't need the school teachers except for fine polish, because you can teach them most anything they will learn today in a public school, or for that matter, most schools that are selected by choice. You can stay one paragraph, one chapter, generally one chapter ahead of the child, and you'll learn the subject better than he or she will, because you have to teach it to them. So let me commend, based on my experience in education, the concept of teaching the child at home at the dinner table what they need to learn.
So one more question. I'm sorry.
So if your school system fails you, make up for it at home. If
I think it starts at home too, because it starts at home. Parents need to set up school at home.
Above.
Yeah,
I'm saying all of the above. So let's say, since while we're waiting to get some relief from this mess, start home training your kids. Maybe you can't do it full time, but you can do it part time. Just, that's probably going to be more interesting than watching all of our lives, all my children, or whatever, in Atlanta Housewives or the NBA game.
I want to ask Ms. D a question. Has any parent organization reached out to Sheila Jackson Lee? Because Houston, she's in the 18th district in Houston. That's a district.
Yes, they've been having meetings. I don't even know if the lady even showing up. because they've been having meetings. And the only thing we've been seeing on the television is him and the teachers and the parents asking him questions. Sometimes he won't even answer them. And that's what they was telling him. You are the most arrogant person I've ever met. Sometimes he won't even answer in the town hall meetings. And basically, and he said, it is what it is. That's what he said out his mouth.
And these are, but the meetings that they're having, the parents of these different school districts, they're at the meetings.
Yes, the parents is at the meetings, the teachers, everybody is at the meeting, even people that that's not even in that district, like everybody just showing up. This guy, half the time he won't even answer. And I think my daughter told me that a judge then put some kind of cease and desist on something that he's trying to do to the teachers. I haven't read that part yet.
Okay, let me put it back to our topic at hand. We're talking about propaganda. What I'm getting from you is that the outside propaganda is that certain elected officials are doing fine, but the reality is they're not doing enough. And then certain other ones are doing horribly, but they're not being told on. See, that's propaganda. Don't always believe it because it isn't always true unless you were there to see it and it matched your recollection of events that you witnessed.
Yeah, you know what? I have a problem with the detention centers. You're turning libraries into detention centers because what's going to happen?
That's what outraged everybody, and that's when everybody just started coming from everywhere. Like they know that that's the pipeline to the prisons.
Right, and then also, even if those students don't end up in prison, if they choose to go to college or whether it's community or trade school, that's going to be on their record. So they're creating not just a prison record, but they're creating a negative academia record on these Black and brown bodies. That's a problem, and it surprises me because I'm pretty sure, because you said you haven't seen Representative Sheila Jackson Lee, and I'm pretty sure if she was there, you could definitively say yes. So she's not even speaking up on this, and that's part of her district. She represents Houston, 18th district in Houston. So yeah, it's a problem. That is a problem in the Houston education system. But you have the last word, Ms. D.
Yeah, my daughter was a team leader. They closed her whole department down, so she was forced into being a principal because her mentor had been trying to get her to be a principal for the last 4 years, but she kept telling me, Mom, I'm not ready. I said, if you're not ready, don't do it. But he came in and he closed the whole department down, and he just been doing stuff just across the board. So she has no choice but to become a principal.
So congratulations if your daughter is a school principal. That's a hell of a thing to be, and it's a heavy obligation. And you start telling her, baby, it fell on your shoulders. You can handle it. Rise to the occasion.
That's exactly what I told her, because I was fixing to say she was really having real bad sleepless nights. Like she just couldn't turn her brain off with all this going on with what he was doing. She couldn't sleep at all. Just her mind just won't turn off. And she said, Mama, this is a big job. And every day that I just keep telling her, you can do it. Just stay focused. You can do it. You got a degree in criminal law. I don't know how you ended up a school teacher, but there you go. I say, so you did that. You got your bachelor's. I say, this just another hurdle for you to get over, and just stay focused. And I just keep assuring her, you can do it. You can make it. And she said they done put these cameras everywhere. They just putting a microscope up us. I just keep trying to encourage her.
By the way, one of the symptoms of a true leader, they don't get enough sleep because they can't. The ones that get enough sleep and good, fine health, they aren't much of a leader.
I'm gonna tell her that. I'm gonna tell her what you said. I'm gonna tell her what you said.
I look, as a judge, I had many a sleepless night trying to figure out a better way to do something. Some of my other colleagues, you look like you didn't get a good night's rest, Judge. No, did you? Oh yeah, I slept well. That's because you're not doing a damn thing with the opportunity you have to help the people that in front. Well, I do. No, that's not it. See, so tell your daughter, welcome to the club. When you put yourself out in front, when you become an alpha female where you're actually leading and in charge of something, there's not much sleep that's going to be coming to you. There's going to be a lot of worry and a lot of stress and potentially heart attacks too, strokes as well. Be careful, stay in good health because it gets dangerous.
I want to ask you another thing,
I
Misty.
definitely.
Where can people go to support the parents, or petitions? Are there any petitions out there pushing back against turning the libraries into detention centers? Is it local representative that the nation should be hitting up to putting pressure on and step in? Do you know of any?
No, I don't. No, I don't. I just know it's just crazy around here right now.
How about
But I can find out.
yes,
Well,
find
yeah,
out
try.
and send me follow me, and I'm gonna follow you back, and send me the links and the information on that, and the judge here tweet it, I'll tweet it, and then we'll come back and do another space catering around that as well to get the word out.
Suggestion in the meantime. What you're describing means that they're trying to balance their budget. It usually means a big chunk of what ought to be put to one thing is being diverted to things that it should not be diverted to. That being the case, it's very easy to take something that's funded, that's supposed to be staffed, and turn it into something that is nothing but a holding pen. As I indicated to you, that's been going on around here for 35 years in this area. We've got a new juvenile court judge. Maybe it'll change. But there is an increasing trend that actually results in recommendations to those who are doing such things as, look, you can save a lot of money if you take your libraries and use them to house the criminal or the unruly or the delinquent elements, because nobody's going to these libraries anyway, so you might as well put them to a good use. They've been budgeted. This is what you can do with them. That's not a healthy idea. Make sure somebody's life is absolutely miserable if they're into that kind of thinking.
All yes, because she told me that because they closing schools down. They trying to make. She said that they're trying to close them all down and make them out of charter schools.
That's what I just asked up front. I said maybe they're trying to get people so turned off to the public schools that they are getting them receptive to sponsoring an alternative. Now, charter schools are good, but the problem is that the public schools used to do what charter schools are supposed to do now. And the fact that they are no longer doing it shows that the people in charge have not been doing their jobs. And the parents need, not you so much, but some of the other parents need to pay more attention to their children. They had them, they have an obligation to deal with them. But as I alluded to earlier, we have gotten away from this sense of obligation to others, and all we think of is the license to satisfy our own little particular desires. Now, we have to all do our part, and there's a bad thing about the American way. You tend to get the representation you deserve. So if you want to undeserved, miserable representation, get on somebody's behind.
I want to stay there, Miss D, stay there, Christian, because I want to come back and ask Christian a question. But Cyber, he just came up, Cyber Warrior. You can unmute. Cyber Warrior 52. All right, I'm about to drop you. I hate when press the mute button, unmute. I'll give you a minute. If not, I'm just going to drop you down. All right, I don't have time to go.
He probably got off to get a cup of coffee.
Maybe, but I guess their request to come back up. Yeah, so Miss D, definitely find out any petitions or any information that the parent organizations or teachers organizations that are pushing back against these detention centers. Send me those links. If people are asking for signatures, or call this person, for help or whatever. So try to get that information and send it to me. Christian, anybody else want to request to come up, do so, because the judge say he has a little bit more time. Christian, you're in South Africa, and BRICS was just held there. Are you able to give us any insights, being that you live there? How is BRICS going to affect the economy in South Africa? Christian, or did he go back to YouTube? Mimi, you're requesting to come up. I swear to God, don't ask no stupid questions. And this is why I kind of want to start limiting the time that you spend, because it's like the longer you expand these Twitter spaces, the silly shit start to happen. And I want to go into this Narcan and Cobra Congressional Black Caucus thing. Oh, Christian, can you hear us?
Yes, I can. Can you hear me?
Yes. So did you get my question I wanted to ask you?
Yes, you can ask me. I did not hear it.
Okay. BRICS, you're in South Africa, right? And
Yes.
we're starting to hear about BRICS. It's how is BRICS going to, or will BRICS affect the South African economy? And what are your thoughts on it?
We tend not to be very sure about what that will look like. There's a lot of appetite here in South Africa for us lessening our reliance on America and therefore the American dollar. And I think that people like Barack Obama have played a lot into that, because they go to Kenya, they go to these African countries, Uganda, they push an agenda which is very anti-African, with all this LGBT, QIA, and people have started to grow rather disappointed with the West in general, but I think particularly with America. And because of that, people are saying, look, if BRICS is going to come with a new currency, let's go for it. America wants to be the policeman of the world. We do not want that. And it's one of the reasons that some people in Africa, not a lot, but some people in Africa are saying that Trump was doing a great thing, because Trump said, we do not want America to be the policeman of the world. We are America first. We want to look after American interests and so forth. But as far as BRICS is concerned, there's a divergence of views here. Some people are very excited by it, that we must lessen our reliance on the West, and therefore embrace China and Russia. You must also recall that in South Africa, when we, during apartheid years, China and Russia trained a lot of the soldiers of Umkhonto weSizwe, which was the military arm of the African National Congress, which is currently in power. So those memories are still alive. Those people said, bring your soldiers. They trained our soldiers, some of whom were our great uncles, great grandfathers. We know them personally. So that thing is very deep, and it does not die overnight. And we are still feeling indebted to those countries. So there's a public sentiment here in South Africa that we are not going to, alienate ourselves from these great Eastern powers. And another thing, if I may just quickly say it, President Biden is seen to be very, very close to Ukraine and pumping all these dollars and armaments to Ukraine. And as I've said, South Africa, especially the black people in South Africa, and I think throughout Africa, identify more with the Russians. And the more that Biden does that, it pushes public sentiment away from, the Americans. So those are some of the discussions that we're having on the continent and in South Africa. So yeah.
How do you feel about I believe it's Julian, the black man, he's in charge of, is it the African
Julius
Union?
Malema?
That's not part of his culture. He just
Is
said
that
he's
Julius
of
Malema?
Africa. He's touching Asia. Go ahead.
Mimi, stop. Like
I did not hear the name. You said Julian.
Julian, the black guy. I think he's in charge of the African Union. Not Julian Assange. Oh my God, the black man. He always wear the red beret. I can't think of his name right now.
Oh, he's
Julius
South
Malema.
African. No,
Yes,
no. Are you not
yes.
talking of Julius Malema?
Yes.
Oh yeah, no, he's not in charge of the African. He is a leader of one of the political parties here in South Africa.
Right. What are your thoughts on him? Because he's very popular, even with black people over here in the West.
He's extremely popular. He's very articulate. He's very charismatic. I know him personally. We were both in the African National Congress. And, he broke away from the ANC after he felt very ill-treated. And there are many people who hold different views as to his message. His message is fundamentally a socialist message. He wants the mines to be nationalized and the banks and stuff like that. And he will tell you that the reason for that is because the vast majority of Black South Africans are living under the poverty line. And he feels that many of the big conglomerates in our country are run by white people. They come from, Anglo-American and all these other huge companies. They are largely white. And there's this sentiment that they've come to Africa to just loot the minerals from the ground, sell them overseas, and then the people who do all the labor are doing them for next to nothing, getting paid slave labor in 2023. So you can understand why he's popular. Many Black people do not want to see our own resources feeding people who look different to them. And it seems unabated, So in as much as many people will differ with his political view, here in South Africa, if poverty could be alleviated and people, the standard of living would be raised to a higher extent, I think many people might start differing with him. But currently, as it is now, people are not looking at ideology. People are looking at food. People are looking at clothing. People are looking at shelter. He promises that. And because of his popularity and because his movement has grown so fast, he has been able to attract a lot of donors. He goes to poor people, poor rural communities, and he delivers, medications, food, clothing sometimes, and people are happy with that. The West might not understand this. If I can just quickly make a very quick point and wrap up. The West might not understand this, people in the West and maybe people in America, but it's difficult to have all these fancy ideologies when you're hungry, People look at something that is going to assist the very following day. If the child does not have shoes to go to school and Julius Malema makes a few phone calls, and children go to school well-clothed, well-fed, to them, that makes a huge difference. So that's what I can say about his popularity.
Okay, thank you for that. Before I go to you, Judge, real quick, I just want to remind people, Judge Joe Brown is running for mayor of Memphis, Tennessee, and he needs your money. Yes, I'm just going straight to the point. So can you please donate to Judge Joe Brown? You could go to his website. That's jjb2023.com. I'll put it in the Jumbotron. I'll also put it in the comment section under this space, or you could go to Judge Joe Brown Twitter, and he has the links for the website, jjb2023.com. And you can also donate via Cash App, $ Judge Joe Brown 2023. $ Judge Joe Brown 2023, Cash App, $ Judge Joe Brown 2023. So it's about 80 people in here. If you Cash App $5, what is that? 100 and what is that? What's 8 times 5? Oh, that's four. Isn't that $400? Right? What is 8 times 5?
8 times 5?
Yeah.
That's 40.
40.
8 times 5.
Right. So if it's 80 people, $5, that's $400, right?
80 people? Yes.
Yeah. So if the
8
80
times
people
5 is 40, times 10 is 400. Yeah.
So 80 people in this Twitter space right now. If you Cash App $5 to $ Judge Joe Brown 2023, that's $400. And he just dropped a lot of knowledge today. So, and then everyone listening in YouTube as well. The link is in the description, and I did put it on the screen here as well. So donate, donate, donate. All right. I want to bring up real quick, and then we could just start exiting out because we already hit the 2-hour mark. Just real quick, and we're going to go in further details on this on the Thursday show on YouTube at The Real Dana. Narcan and Cobra, right? They've been like decade-old organizations dealing with reparations. And we all know HR 40 has been sitting in Congress in a subcommittee, not even on the floor, for 30 plus years. So the Congressional Black Caucus, I just had this thing up here. Let me pull it up. I just had it. Where did it go? Where did it go? Oh, let me bring it up here. Congressional Black Caucus is dusting off the HR 40 bill, right? And they're going to develop a commission that shall be composed of 13 members who shall be appointed within 90 days after the date of enactment of this act, as follows. 3 members shall be appointed by the president. 3 members shall be appointed by the Speaker of the House of Representatives. 1 member shall be appointed by the president pro tempore of the Senate. And I guess that's the vice president. 6 members shall be selected from the major civil society and reparations organizations that have historically championed the cause of reparatory justice. That would be Narcan and Cobra, basically. Except as provided in paragraph 2, each member of the commission shall receive compensation at, oh, you should mute up, Judge, should receive compensation at the daily equivalent of the annual rate of basic pay payable for GS-18 of the General Schedule under Section 5332 of Title 5 United States Code for each day, including travel time, during which he or she is engaged in the actual performance of duties vested in a commission. Now, this was just a screenshot excerpt of the actual bill, but I am going to go and have the full bill from this, and we're going to break it down on Thursday. But what are your thoughts? And somebody said 200K. I don't see 200K in this thing right here. But what are your thoughts on the Congressional Black Caucus creating a committee, a reparations committee?
More bullshit for somebody to steal from. Another example of the clueless forming a committee by the clueless to study something they don't have a clue about and come up with no results. 3 going on 4 years ago, you remember that 2-week debacle that they had where they decided to have a debate on whether or not to have a study to study reparations. And that was 3.5 years ago. They haven't done a damn thing about it. And less than 2 weeks later, they had the nerve to pass a bill without debate on a voice vote on the first vote that they had the audacity to style, quote, the Gay Reparations Act, unquote. Now, what it was chump change. It was $58 million in insurance benefits, purportedly to compensate gays who had been denied insurance coverage as, well, spousal insurance coverage. And it was open-ended, so there's no telling how much it would cost in the long term. But you see, it's nothing but crap. I mean, if the folks in the Black Caucus weren't, for the most part, charter member of the new cult LGBTQIA, and that I stands for intersectionality, which means where it all comes together, including the pedophiles, child molesters, and those who want to put boys in sports bras so they can play against the girls. So it's kind of wicked.
Right. Yeah, and I don't trust it. And anything with Narcan and Cobra, and that has to do with reparations, it's not going to be for Black Americans. It's going to be for the BIPOC, illegal migrants, and everybody else under the rainbow section. So I don't trust it. I don't trust those two organizations. And I'm sorry, and I said this on a Twitter space yesterday. If this were to come into fruition and you don't have the right people on this so-called commission board, I would no longer support reparations, because I would rather burn the whole thing down, right, than to be stuck with this organizations, or with these two organizations controlling reparations, because we would never see it. It would be worse for Black Americans on a federal level if Narcan and Cobra gets their hands on controlling reparations for American descendants of slaves, period. So again, look, anything else you want to say, Judge? Because I don't see anybody else requesting. Guys, if you want to request, do so now, or we will just shut it down. It's been 2 hours.
Okay. See, look, if you want reparations, the time is drawing quickly. The time window is drawing on when it can happen, because Black folk are no longer the largest minority in the country. And in about 12 to 14 years, there will be no majority in the country. And they've done something that I think is very reprehensible to Black people to further diminish their status. If you fill out a federal form, the first box says Hispanic, non-Hispanic. If you indicate non-Hispanic, then you go to, are you Caucasian or white? Are you Black or African American? Are you Native American, Amerind, or Indian? Are you Pacific Islander, Pacific Rim? And then they go on and they ask all of the usual racial or ethnic groups. But they lump everybody, including those who would nominally be Black, brown, red, yellow, into Hispanic to increase their apparent numbers. And then on the questions on federal forms that follow from that, and you can see it if you go buy a firearm, you will be filling one out, or a loan application, you will be filling out a form with these categories on it. It is to diffuse the impact of the traditional ethnic groups and come up with another one that is, I call, a false group based on language that otherwise may have very different cultural antecedents to other members of that group. That said, we have to be careful that a game is not run on us. And we also have to understand that although reparations would be good, don't waste your time waiting on them. In the meanwhile, do what you can, but spend most of your time saying it's adversity. There's something out there that's not cool, but I need to learn how to deal with it. See, focus on yourself rather than on what somebody might be doing for you, even if you may deserve it.
Yeah. I'm gonna go to a Love I Am real quick though. How much time you have left, Judge?
I'm ready. I'm going with you.
Okay. Well, I need to. I may not be going too long, but and then too, it's not about people who are fighting. I think Black people have to understand you could be the ones pushing for reparations or help controlling or inquiring, okay, who are these task force that's supposed to be pushing for us to get it? Who are they? What are they about? What is their agenda? So you kind of got to keep your eye on the people who's supposed to be doing the bidding for you as well. But I agree with what you said, Judge. Love I Am. You
Hey,
can
hey, I just started talking right away. That's how you know I've been on the app too much. Hey, Dana, and hi, Judge.
Hey.
Um,
Hi there.
hi. I wanted to say I have another point, but actually I was filling out my 2023-2024 FAFSA earlier this year, and do you know they have every Asian delineation category on there? Every, like, literally every single one, damn near. And I think that that's saying a lot, honestly, because they had a delineation legislation that they had, but they listed all of them on there. I thought that was interesting. And then I was going to ask you, because I've said this in a lot of spaces, what would it take to have a cease and desist issued to Narcan and Cobra? Like, could a large collective of us say that we don't want them negotiating on our behalf? Like, how could that be a thing?
Well, okay, problem with that is you have a First Amendment right to free speech. Anybody can advocate something. And if 10 people coming from the same place decided to advocate for it, they can claim all they want, connections with whomever they want. There's not really much can be done about it. You have to counter that. Now, one of the things you noted about the Asians is this is part of the process I was just speaking about. If you say, "Are you Asian?" there are a whole lot of ethnic and cultural groups that can include themselves in that. So when you do that, you have a very large group. If you break it down into subgroups and consider each one of them an ethnic group, what happens is you diminish what they can do. For Black people, we saw the process when they started adding not you are a Negro, not you are before that colored, not that you were Black, not that you were Afro-American, and then Black, then African-American. You started saying mixed race or others. See, the idea is to take what once was a fairly large group and break it down into smaller groups. So instead of saying 18%, you drop it down to 9%. You see, that looks less impressive. It sounds less impressive. And it detracts from your power. One of the things that you saw right now was in the last census, 2020, which is the first one of the 5 I've dealt with as an adult, that I was not asked whether I was a citizen. Why? Because they're setting the stage for this thing right now with the illegal immigration. Not so the illegal immigrants can vote, but so Article 1 of the Constitution helps out California, New York, Illinois, maybe some other places, New Jersey. And what happens is this: every 10 years, there shall be a census conducted. The primary purpose of the census is to apportion representation in the House of Representatives. See, in other words, they want these people counted in California, New York, New Jersey, et cetera, so these states don't lose congressmen, or they gain congressmen, but the people that they're gaining the congressman for won't be able to vote for them. So that means that the far left that's pushing this will get extra power without having to worry about earning the power from voters. That's also about the whole thing with the DC statehood. DC is not a large city, maybe 250, 300,000 people if you talk about the city. But you're going to give those same people the same 2 senators that the state of California has. You're going to give them at least 2 congressmen that Maine and Delaware have. And you will give this small number of people the same voting clout that a whole state has. Now, ask yourself, if you've been there, you know the answer. But if you haven't, find out why certain people want that, because DC is no longer Chocolate City as it was 50 years ago. It's now a rainbow enclave. That's smart politics by them. That's their right to do that. But if you wanted to give them, by the way, a vote, then you could cede Washington, D.C. back to Maryland and just keep the Capitol Mall as the district, and all of these people would be entitled to congressmen and Senate, congressional, and, well, House of Representatives representation and senatorial representation under Maryland. That's all you need to do if you're concerned about them being able to participate in the election of congressmen and senators. So we just have to not get bamboozled. But that's, I think, why they want these people in there. Now, I see some hands up.
Yeah. Anything else you wanted to add, Love I Am? Because I'm gonna go to Black Authority, then Summerage, I don't know if you wanted to speak or not, and then Elder.
Yeah, so I just wanted to point out that I believe the Negroes lineage here, we were the second largest single ethnicity. And so what these individuals are doing is that they're actually just coming together so that they can be greater in number. But that was causing me to think that they have effectively supplanted our vote in the Democratic Party. And so I really don't see the benefit of voting Democratic. And I was thinking that if more of us came out to vote in the opposite direction, then we could actually do what you just said, but in a different sense. Withdraw our vote from the Democratic Party. And then there's a ton of us that don't vote because they don't do anything for us anyways. And if there was more of us voting on the other side, wouldn't that kind of do the same thing?
What the deal is in American history, political science investigation would suggest that periodically your typical ethnic group just votes against the party that presumes they're going to have their support, just to show them, hey, don't take us for granted. You might not have us, and you don't miss your water till your well runs dry. So as soon as the ethnic group becomes sophisticated in American politics, they do that. But we haven't in
done that, but we can still.
We can. In other words, I would suggest that you forget this thing of lesser of two evils and just say, to hell with you, I'm voting against you. Now, you don't like it, then do better the next time.
Okay.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Thank you guys so much.
No problem. Thanks for coming up. Black Authority.
Hello, Ms. Dana. Hello, Judge Brown.
All right.
So, man, back in 2018, when I was writing my book, I keyed in on the mixed race category of the census because it was very clear that the whole design of that was to siphon off votes and siphon off political power from Black Americans by creating this two or more race. And then you talked about essentially another social construct of Hispanic racial category that includes a lot of white people, to be perfectly honest. So it really does look like they're setting up a situation where in which they could be white and they can also be white and Hispanic, and then they'll still be able to control a lot of the political institutions in the country. My question is about this goal, which is a projection of 70 million immigrants. And these are legal immigrants, not illegal immigrants. Who knows what that illegal ramifications are, but essentially 70 million immigrants naturalized in the country over the next few decades, where the projection for Black American population is still somewhere around 55 to 60 million. So how do you think that is going to affect what I would say my granddaughter and our future generations when you have this overwhelming, there are twice as many of them as they are of us?
Well, somebody wants to have them counted so they can pick up congressional representation. It's important to carry out their agenda. Now, white people are not homogenous. We got a lot of white immigration from Europe to America because, one, the Irish were trying to kill the Scots, and in fact, Irish Scot means migrating Irish. That's the Romans put that term out there. The Scotch and the English had many wars. The Irish and the English are still going at it. The French and the English used to be desperate, worst enemies up until the beginning of the 20th century. The Germans and the French, sure as the devil, battled it out and millions got killed. The Russians and the Germans had a late great hate in World War II. There was Adolf and Joseph Stalin. So, you know, I mean, it's not like these people are anybody is homogenous. So we have to start thinking beyond that. But then they have a thing called Ellis Island. Everybody that came to the United States had to show their passport or the lack of it when they got to Ellis Island and had to be processed. Everybody who wants to become an American citizen has a channel available to them to become an American citizen, but they have to follow the law. There are all kinds of things. People, if they want to legally operate a motor vehicle, can go get a driver's license. But I sentenced many, many people who had been arrested 10, 12, 15, in one case, 59 times for operating a motor vehicle in an unlicensed condition, and they'd never had a license. And some of them couldn't get one because they couldn't pass the written test. I had 5 of them that had 40 or more driving on without a license or a legitimate license because they couldn't pass the driving test, but they're still driving. So there are a lot of reasons why we don't want illegal immigration. Al Qaeda and ISIS would love to smuggle in people. North Korea would love to smuggle in some suitcase nukes. So would a lot of other entities around this world. And we have these borders wide open. There are all sorts of real epidemics out there that are ready to spread that we aren't checking. There are sexual offenders, rapists, murderers, all sorts of reprehensible people that no one is checking. And it is absolutely disgusting that somebody who took an oath to uphold the law of this country is so blatantly disregarding it by opening an open southern border. You can't even get an open border up north with Canada. And I see at least one person on here who not only was entitled to the open border status, but as a Native American, an Indian, was entitled to go back and forth, where she got jacked up because she was blowing a whistle. So if you can sit there and run the game on her, you good and well can go run the law on somebody else. I have seen what happens when there is a question. I've been in Miami Airport when people who were legitimate American citizens and white came in and some mistake got made. And in this particular instance, I'm thinking of because some joker decided to send them up the wrong staircase and they got thrown on the ground and jacked around until all of the people that saw what happened started yelling out and said, no, they didn't try to sneak out. That's this guy over here. And he got written up. See, we have laws. We are a government of law. And when somebody starts saying we need to disregard our law, then you run into the risk of the thug out in the street saying, the hell with it. I don't need to follow the law. The people at the top don't. See, it's defeating. If you have rules, you need to follow them.
Can I do a quick follow up?
Go ahead. Sure.
Okay, yeah. So I'm talking about legal immigration, not like completely not even concerned about the illegal, but the fact that again the goal, the projections are 110, 120 Hispanics, 40 million Asians. That's 150, almost 160, and where we are just 50 to 60 million in the country. Even then, like how do we compete against a system that's going to be over 50% first and second generation immigrants in this country in a very short period of time, and they're legal?
Well, actually, every human being on this continent is in South America is an immigrant. You can even start with the Native American / Amerindian / American Indians. They migrated over here basically from Siberia thousands of years ago, but there are no indigenous Native Americans. Everybody immigrated here, and all humans seem to have come out of Africa at one point or another. So it is a nation of immigrants. So the thing that presents itself is that who are you bringing in? If you bring in Asians, for example, we have problems. Some folk think it's a problem, others don't, that Asians are dominating the sciences, that they're taking up a whole lot of the slots in colleges and universities because they earn them. So if somebody is willing to earn, somebody's saying, well, bring somebody else in from that culture. We need more of them. We had a preference, for example, before and after World War II. The first one was Jews who came in with hard science and math backgrounds. We got Einstein, and we quickly discovered before anybody else how to make the bomb. And then after World War II, we had Operation Paperclip. We brought in former Nazis who knew how to make rockets, and we landed on the moon, even though some people don't believe it. Yeah, they did. But we at least have intercontinental ballistic missiles, and we do have things that send these satellites up that we count on to provide GPS. So there can be a method to the madness, but the problem is that often the methodology, the purpose is lost track of, and there become hack politics that influence the thing. So are we guided by politicians or statesmen? That is a question that always has to be answered when you're dealing with the political process.
Okay. I want to go to Sir Major and Elder.
So yeah, I just wanted to get some sort of understanding of. I was trying to read the room, and we're talking about the ADL. What is the Judge? What is your position on the ADL? My take on it is that while in hindsight or in theory, the ADL, it exists, to protect the harm that is caused towards that particular community. However, I would argue and submit that we need to have a black ADL. Why is it that folks can say whatever they want about black folks and use disparaging, derogative names, like white folks support niggas for Trump, but you say speak for Trump, so kites for Trump, or you say anything disparaging about the LGBT community, you're going to be blackballed and you're going to lose opportunities. You're going to lose money. You can say whatever you want, disrespect black Americans. You can say niggas, bitches, and hoes and talk about Molly Percocet. And the Jewish people run the industry. They run the entertainment industry. They allow the disrespect to the black community, but damn you say anything to their community. So that's the first thing I want to ask. And right now, I don't know if you are aware, but the ADL is trying to put pressure on the advertisers here at X, and they're trying to make them step away from Elon Musk over a few content creators who are engaging in public speech, like I think Tucker Carlson. So I want to get your thoughts on that.
We talked about that earlier during this Twitter space. That ADL is a Anti-Defamation League. The problem with when you start having to come up with something like that is an internal one. Now, we've been part of what the ADL is a part of. The NAACP was founded for the specific purpose of insulating the American Jewish population. The theory was as if they couldn't do it to a Negro or a colored person, they couldn't do it to a Jew. I listened to a lecture that Thurgood Marshall gave years and years ago where he expounded on that concept. He said what he did with the NAACP Legal Defense Fund was funded by the Jewish community because, as I just said, if you couldn't do it to a Negro, you couldn't do it to a Jew. And his expansion was that since there were few civil rights laws other than 13th, 14th, 15th Amendment type things, and some of the legislation from the 1870s, he seized upon the laws dealing with prevention of cruelty to animals. And his theory was, if you could not do it to a dog, you could not do it to a Negro. And he got financial support because if you couldn't do it to a Negro, you couldn't do it to a Jew. Now, that's just the way things work in America, and you get alliances that are set up not necessarily for the holiest of purposes, so to speak. We need to learn that. Everybody needs to do that, because right now we think in terms of self-defeating absolutes instead of things called coalition and consensus. We need to learn those lessons. Watch something from World War II. Open a history book and you see Stalin, Churchill, and Roosevelt. Stalin thought the other two were degenerate creeps, and the other two detested Stalin. And then the U.S. had whipped up on England and come to their rescue all the way going back to 1776. But you got an alliance because they wanted to get rid of Adolf, Mussolini, or Benito, and Tojo, and they did. So after that got through, then they went their separate ways. Now England is a third-rate country. Russia is no longer the Soviet Union, and they're trying to surge back to where they used to be in terms of world power. But now the People's Republic of China is there, and the U.S. has lost their way in, whereas China and Russia are doing man-up programs. The U.S. is trying to spread the exact opposite around the world. So there are ups and downs, and who's at the top of the heap. Now, we need to understand that we have to work this for our own benefits, but we have this thing going right now where it's all about the ideology and the propaganda that pushes the ideology, and we have cell phones and modern communication methodologies that allow some of the sickest propaganda to be pushed. So we have to be very careful, and that's why Dana and I do this Twitter space thing and some other things, which is to counter the propaganda. The truth is the absolute enemy of the lie that some propaganda pushes.
Judge, I want to
all
ask you another
propaganda is
question.
bad.
Do you believe, because this is my belief, that the ADL serves a purpose to shake down corporations and to really chastise, wag the finger in the face of black athletes and celebrities and to extort black talent? What are your thoughts on that?
It's possible. And by the way, I don't buy into belief. I have opinions. See, if you believe something, you may believe the world's flat or something else like that, or it may be a religious belief. And in the face of objective evidence to the contrary, the belief is not shaken. On the other hand, an opinion is something based on an assessment and acquisition of the best knowledge, information, data, experiment, and analysis as is possible. And you can change your mind if it's based on an opinion.
But you can also change your belief too, Judge.
Well, it's harder. Trust me, it's harder. People have devout beliefs in the strangest things. So, that said, there are certain advantages gained by certain groups by fostering certain belief systems on their followers or convincing others outside the fold that this is what they are about. You talked about the choice of language. And I say choice. How are you going to say you can't say this about black folk when black folk say it about themselves? I am unalterably opposed to using that N word except as an intentional and deliberate insult. Other folk want to drop that word 5, 6, 7, 8, 10 times a sentence. And they want to talk about it's out of love and it diffuses it. No, it doesn't, because your subconscious knows exactly what the word means. And every time you use it, you're saying it to yourself, and it's like standing in front of a mirror and telling yourself you're not worth a damn. So it's very poisonous. But how you gonna say you can't say N when that's my N? Yeah, an N got to be a real N if you want to be an N, you know, and it's ridiculous.
Can I answer that, Judge?
Go ahead.
Well, I kind of didn't want to skip over Elder. He's been waiting for a minute. Can you just hold that comment for 1 second? Unless Elder don't have a problem with you rebuttaling.
Well, I don't know if Sir Major was first of all, and I don't have a problem.
Okay. So go ahead. You wanted to rebuttal, Love I Am.
Very briefly, as a non-member of our group, anybody saying the N-word would be saying it at or as a reference to us. They would be saying at us, but we are Negroes. So I think that we should have autonomy over that word and the usage of it, because nobody else is a member of our group. So they would only be saying it at us. And that's the history behind it, is that word was used at us.
Well, consider this. Maybe the person that looks like he's not part of the group is part of the group. I'm aware of a good sister who is a comedian, and she's got 13 other siblings, and they range from just got off the boat dark to blonde-haired, blue-eyed, literally, and they all have the same mom and dad who are kind of brown. So if one of those who was blonde-haired, blue-eyed used the N-word, that might be somebody in the family. And you might get upset unnecessarily if you take that by somebody external to the family using a word. Plus, this is the United States of America. We have a thing called the First Amendment, which part of that consists of free speech. So do you want to give up what comes with free speech so somebody can say something, can't say something that you find offensive? That's one of the problems right now, because that is an operative consideration and people are giving serious attention to it. But there's an old phrase that's been around in English for about 1,500 years ago: sticks and stones can break my bones, but words can never hurt me.
I'm gonna go to Elder, and I am going to swing back around if anybody else have follow-up statements, comments, questions. Go ahead, Elder.
Yes, sir. Respect to the host and co-host. Judge Brown, I have a question for you. If it's not exactly on topic, it has to do with executive power or declassifying documents. Between the large misinformation of the news media and pundits that go both ways, I just want you to share your opinion on it, as far as the presidential power to declassify. I've read where they can do it just by wordage. If they're having a meeting, and I know the Supreme Court, I think it was, said that Clinton had the ultimate power when they found tapes and he was taken to court and there was classified tapes in the sock drawer. I want your opinion on that power.
The opinion of the U.S. Supreme Court from 1988 expressed in U.S. Department of Navy versus Egan is interesting. There were various concurring opinions. And what they said, if you read some of the concurring opinions, is that the power of the president to classify or declassify documents is unlimited and cannot be restricted because A, he's commander-in-chief of the armed services, and B, he's the chief diplomat of the United States, and this is as per the Constitution. They say that the power is as authoritative and unrestrictable as is the power of the president to pardon or commute a sentence. Now, he may declassify or classify in part or totally in any fashion he sees fit. He has the authority and the responsibility as someone who swore to uphold the Constitution to maintain the significance of that oath even when he leaves the office, since he has been sworn to it. So perhaps what the thing of it is that archivists may not have, in his opinion, sufficient security clearances to be trusted with documents. There is another thing too. When Congress comes up with a law to the contrary, the operative case is Marbury versus Madison, which was decided in 1803, 220 years ago. And it says when Congress or any other legislative body passes an act that is unconstitutional, it can be declared such by an appellate court. And then it becomes voidable, null and void, depending upon what it says. So that's ancient law for America. Next bloody thing that you have in place here is that the actual and operative statutes that created the CIA and NSA and certain other diplomatic entities that drafted and constructed the classified documents in question, they are chartered with the specific task of digesting intelligence information and synthesizing it for benefit of the president. The other point is that when you have a vice president, not a vice president, a president in his home place after he is no longer president, the same Secret Service that guards the White House when he is the president guards his subsequent residence or residences. So the Secret Service guards it. Next thing is that some people have an eidetic memory, and I may have demonstrated something like that if you heard me recite the Declaration of Independence from memory at the beginning of this space. Once we read it, we don't forget it. So it's in our heads. And if somebody prepared something to brief us from, then we don't forget it just because we aren't opening up the writing to read it. Now, some people have eidetic memory. So the point is that any security problems inherent upon the document itself also are inherent upon the person of the individual who has digested the document. That is the case for the president. Now, I was the judge that Fox brought in to do the moot court thing on whether or not there was probable cause to believe that a crime had been committed relative to the 3 laptops that Hunter Biden had. There were 3, not just one, and we brought in the technical person, the repairman, put him under oath, and we read the downloaded 3 laptops, such as we chose to read. It was up to us to pick what we wanted to read. And it is clear that Joe Biden, in those tapes, when he was vice president, not tapes, but in those transcriptions of the laptops, when he was vice president, was giving instructions to certain foreign entities represented by the firms that his son was working for. He gave them invite to come by his place and look at the box behind the vent. There were apparently at least 42 instances where that occurred. Those were classified documents, and unlike the president of the United States, the vice president has no such authority to declassify those items. So why is no one looking into the clear violation laid out in somebody's own words, produced, sent, and recorded on instruments, to wit, some form of computational system that is traceable to and can be assigned with some surety to being a device used by an individual in question to transmit information? We haven't done it. It's rank hypocrisy, and it's straight out Orwell's Animal Farm, where the rules only apply to certain people and not to others. That's not how our system works. Now,
Judge,
that's something we need to look into.
Judge,
Do,
sorry, Dana.
no, I wanted to go back to Elder and ask, do you have a follow-up, or did he answer your question?
Yeah, no, I think he explained it pretty good. But the only follow up I would ask is, Does a president have to put this in writing? Because there's been meetings where presidents have divulged secret information to another entity, and he's never been charged with it because they said just by the president saying it, it's declassified when he puts it out there.
That's it. By
Okay.
the decisions say, the opinions say, quote, by any means he chooses to use. And they also, in some of those concurring opinions, associate the authority with his pardon authority. In other words, it's unquestioned. Nobody can question the president on who he chooses to pardon or whose sentence he chooses to commute.
Mm-hmm. Right.
Now, that's the law. That's been the law for a long time. For example, a pragmatic thing. The president is having a conference with the premier of France, and they're discussing something, and the French are having a real problem because they've got some terrorists infiltrating into Paris, and they're going to have a terrorist attack. Well, the president may know this through classified documents that he has familiarized himself with that were produced by the CIA and the NSA. So he can use his discretion as chief diplomat to tell the French premier or president, say, look, this is from our CIA. This is between me and you. But they've got a thing that the following individuals, and I will give you a list of those, have been infiltrating Paris. And somewhere in a month or two, they're going to have a real horrendous thing that they're planning. Now, see, that's what a diplomat can do. Or what can happen is you're conferring with the chief of state, say the prime minister for England, and you both have a problem in the Middle East, and there's a military situation that's developing. The chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff may wish to make this completely classified, but as commander in chief, the president may say, tell you what, maybe the English prime minister needs to hear this because this is an explanation for why we're doing what we're doing. And he tells him, and the light bulb goes on. Oh, I see, old fellow. You know, that's quite interesting there. I hadn't that information, but I'm glad that you shared it with us. Mm-hmm. You see, and then you can go on. That's what the chief diplomat and the chief military officer do.
All right. Sir, you want to say something?
I want to follow
up.
Yeah, I want to follow up with the declassified documents. First of all, I would argue that the documents were not declassified ever. Donald Trump did not declassify the documents that he had at Mar-a-Lago. If they were in fact declassified, what should have taken place, and which has been always the standard, is that the documents first has to, if the president wants to authorize an official initiation to the process of declassified documentations, what he does is he has to get what he should do if he was really declassifying it, is he would have gotten with the intelligence agencies to review the request. So there would have been a request to declassify it. Although he is the president, he would lean towards the intelligence community, because oftentimes when there's classified information, there are people that are at stake. There are American lives that can be potentially be at harm's risk. So there would have been a recommendation. First of all, there would have been a request. Then it would have been a review. The president would have first initiated it. Then it would have gone to review to the intelligence agency so that they can meet with their teams to determine what are the implications associated with that. Then there would have been a recommendation from the intelligence communities as to what their findings of their facts were in terms of these declassification. Then the ultimate decision, it is true, Judge is right on that. The ultimate decision is with the president, okay?
He does not have to commit it to anybody's decision. Ike Eisenhower, who was recorded on the primitive White House tapes, mentioned a phrase.
Well, Judge, let me just complete my thought.
Yeah, but you're way off the law there. He doesn't have to do that. That's if he chooses to do so.
If he was going to declassify it, Judge, I argue that he would have completed the next few steps.
He doesn't have to. There are no steps. All of the steps are what he
Judge,
decides.
there is a standard.
There is no standard.
There's always been a standard. until
There is
Trump. I
no
guess there's not a
standard.
standard because Trump said
There
there's
is
not.
no standard. I'm giving you one right now. President Eisenhower said on the White House tapes, "You stupid lying son of a bitches. You fucked me up and left me with a reputation that's a legacy of ashes," unquote. He said, "You lying bastards told me there was no spying going on over Russia, and God damn it, they shoot down this Powers in his damn U-2. What the hell is wrong with you?" And he threw him out of the office with a final comment: "I ought to have all of you bastards shot." That's what he said. And that's why he said it. Because you can't necessarily trust a bunch of civil service functionaries who may decide to interject themselves into a situation that they have no business getting involved in. I have been in command authority. I have hauled lawyers and prosecutors and other folk in my chambers, and I have read the riot act to them, and not in nice terms. Or many a time, Madam Court Reporter, turn the record off. "Look, you low down idiot, what the hell do you think you're doing up in here? This is about justice, not your damn ego." And then I dare you to do it again. Do it one more damn time. Okay, turn the record back on, gentlemen. Now that we seem to have gotten this matter straight, see, this is how stuff works. You see, people die behind this, and you may have a functionary that's never been tested. You may have an egotist that thinks he knows every damn thing. You may have a junior grade Henry Kissinger that is an arrogant bastard that doesn't want to listen to anybody and screws the U.S. up. All right? Now, you don't like OPEC and your gas pump prices? You know who the hell called the first meeting that resulted in OPEC being created? Was Henry Kissinger. He got on the Shah of Iran to call it. How do I know? My former roommate was present in the meeting. He was a flunky then. He's not now. All right? The next meeting, when they had that first oil crisis, 1974, where the pump prices went sky high, went from 37 cents a gallon for 103 octane all the way up to $1.25, which scared the hell out of everybody in 1974. Henry Kissinger did it. How did he get away with it? Because he was carrying out Nixon's orders, and Nixon concealed what he did. That's because he chose to classify the information. See, the president not only can declassify, he can classify anything he chooses. And then there's this thing called Marbury versus Madison, 1803. The U.S. Supreme Court said an appellate court can declare any act of Congress unconstitutional. Now, the act of Congress that tries to diminish the president's authority is clearly unconstitutional. It does not fly in the face of chief diplomat status nor commander in chief. There are inherent powers in that. That's like people want to restrict the president's ability to pardon somebody, but they can't because it's viewed as constitutional. You have a lot of that going on, and it's no way around it. So even if they have rules, even if they have a best way to do it, the president may be in the same position that President Abraham Lincoln was in. He said, "My worst damn enemy is not the states of the Confederacy. It's some of the people sitting in my cabinet." Now, that's a problem. And it's real.
Thank you for that. That's not just a history lesson, but shit, tell us about American politics and what's going on in DC. So Cadillac, and then HOA, and then Liv. Go ahead, Cadillac.
Hey, I'm at odds with something the judge just said, right? And shout out to you, Dana, for the space, and shout out to you, Judge Joe Brown, for all your insight and everything else you're doing for the culture.
I'll jump on it. Sticky forever.
What?
Sir, I think you need to stay on your mic. Please don't come up in this space with no type of BS, because I'm not in the mood for it today. Don't play with me. Go ahead, Cadillac.
All right. Judge, you said that this is a country full of immigrants. And I'm at odds with you for saying that because before this country was ever in existence, as far as what we know today as the United States of America, there were native black people here, aboriginal black people here. And I heard you say several times on many different occasions that your family is from Choctaw or one of these native tribes, right? So are you dismissing by you saying that this is
I don't mean to cut you off, but it's a little bit of static on your phone.
hold on,
Just wanted to let you know the reception.
hold on. Can y'all hear me?
I hear
Much
Okay, so
better,
by
much
you
better.
saying
Yes.
that this a country of immigrants, does that mean, and I understand the concept that we all some type of way link our DNA or whatever, our ancestry by genetics back to Africa, but that goes for the Chinese, every person on the planet, white folks, the Hindus, everybody, the Arabs. So, all that aside, right? But if people were already here in this country before this country was ever established, and there is no written date, no written record, like you said, the Asians or these Native Americans that we know today as these Indians who exist today, which a lot of them white and native or whatever, or just white, but even those people came from Siberia, the original people who were here, right? So they did immigrate. That's a record of them immigrating. But then you got black people who were here also, who there's no record of when they came. We don't know. Don't nobody know. You know what I'm saying? And by them finding all these different Indian mounds and all these different, all through the Mississippi Valley, that's yet to be disclosed or researched or stuff like that. So I'm just trying to understand, where are you saying that we all immigrants? And that's not to put aside that black Africans did come over here during the slave trade. I'm not negating that. I'm just saying, so people were already here, and like I said, you already disclosed that you are part of it runs through your DNA that you come from certain tribes. You know what I'm saying? So I want you to expound on that a little bit if you can.
Well, it's kind of off the topic, but essentially humanity did not originate in North and South America. All right. So every human here is a descendant of an immigrant. Now, you have the English North American colonies that consisted of what's now Canada, what's now the eastern seaboard of the United States, what included Bermuda, Bahamas, Jamaica, Barbados, and some other areas. And one group of the colonies, the 13 that split off in North America, became the United States. They also had competition with the French up in Canada, and the Canadians have official languages of French and English. You had the French down in southern United States where Louisiana is. You had the Spain's colonies that were out on the West Coast, and southern United States on the west side of the Mississippi River. So you have a lot of people involved in this, but nobody comes from any prehistoric or ancient something that originated in the United States. Everybody that is living here now is the descendant of an immigrant, Native American or otherwise.
I don't know what happened to Kyle. He just dropped down. I don't see him in listener. So request a. Oh, there you go. Oh, okay. You intentionally dropped down because I didn't drop you down. I didn't know if you wanted to follow up with it, but I guess you still disagree with them. But okay.
Well, I mean, you said it. Everybody's over here, but you're trying to talk about the original members of the 13 colonies that belonged to England that decided to become what they became. Now, I'm talking about North and South America. Ain't nobody over here that didn't come from an ancestor that came from ancestors who originated elsewhere. So we're all a nation of immigrants.
Did you want to follow up with that?
Yeah. Okay, so that means that the people in China are not really Chinese; they Africans. The people in Asia, whoever, around the whole world, everybody's an immigrant out of Africa. I understand that concept. I already explained that. I understand that concept. But what I was getting at was that you yourself say that you are a member of a Native American tribe or a Native Aboriginal Black tribe, whatever, right?
I didn't
So,
say black. I
well,
said you
just a
can
tribe,
call
just a tribe,
Aboriginal.
right?
Yeah.
Just a tribe, right? Just a tribe, right? We're just gonna leave it right there to make it simple. But being that the United States was not established, being that it was people already over here before the first conquistador came over here, before the first Frenchman came and did the Louisiana Purchase, took all of the land over from the native original people, right? Who were not these white, Asian, Native American people who we say they are today. All these people came here as conquerors. They immigrated here recently, like what, 400, 500, 600 years ago, right? Before then, they didn't even know this place existed. And there were already black people over here. So what you're saying is that these people who were already black, who were already over here, who was existing on this land, who there is no record of when they got here, they immigrants too. That's what you're telling me.
Well, did they originate here? No, you answered the question yourself. They came from somewhere, and they didn't come from North America. Their ancestors got here whenever they got here. Now, I know the big debate about whether or not the original human occupants of North and South America constituted non-remote African immigrants. But let's put it this way. If you are, in fact, a Native American, what winds up happening is you might be privy to a lot of your ancestral information. And also, in terms of Native Americans looking like white, well, the problem with that is that a lot of Native Americans are mixed, or Indians, or Amerins, which is the technical term, are as mixed as anybody else. Like your typical black person has usually over 20% recent infusion of what you'd call Caucasian genes. The typical white person in America, who is descendant of people who've been here for several generations, has about the same percentage of recent African ancestry. You take Africans, and a lot of African immigrants who have been here for a few generations who were enslaved, or people who were imported forcibly. A lot of modern multi-generational black Americans have a high percentage of Chinese in them, because the Chinese coolies wanted some booty when they got brought over here after the Civil War to rebuild the Southern rail net, and they didn't have any women, so they had ex-slave women. A lot of people are astonished when they get a DNA test and find out how much Chinese they have in them. So it's all kinds of things going on.
All right. The HOA, you can unmute, and then I'm gonna go to Liv.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Judge Brown, thank you. What you do, I really appreciate it. Long time listener. I really like your show, even back in the days. I have a question that was bothering me last couple of weeks. It's regarding a prosecutor in Georgia, and I seen her a lot of attacks, finding way. And the thing is, yesterday, Georgia governor, they're trying to have a special session, trying to remove her, and he denied, and that was good. Don't you think it's strategy wise? Those who even support Trump, who's sympathetic to, is bad strategy to go after the prosecutor, especially a black woman.
Well, let's put it this way. When I'm sitting on the bench as a criminal court judge, and I've got a matter of law, say search and seizure, am I supposed to take a look at the defendant, and if I don't like his looks, rule against him just because I don't like his looks, or do I apply the law? We have something that everybody listening has heard over and over again. You have a right to remain silent. Anything you say can and may be used in evidence against you. You have a right to an attorney, etc., etc. Those are known as Miranda rights. Miranda was not a nice guy. And if we had the same attitude back in 1962, 64 rather, when those rights were articulated in his name, we wouldn't have them now, because it would be just like we have with what's going on in Georgia. It's a bad guy. We need to put him in jail. And you forget that justice is supposed to be blind and they can't see who this is. It can't see who this is. I would talk about the lady a lot worse, but for the fact that I learned that her father's name is John Floyd. And I went to school with John Floyd for a long time, and he was something of a radical, which I approve of. So I'm not going to talk about his daughter. I'll just assume that she didn't listen to him from time or two. But I don't approve of that. And I think what is being done in Georgia is an example of why we have the Bill of Rights. Those rights exist so you cannot arbitrarily use government power and authority to oppress somebody. There are 234 years worth of history involving presidents and vice presidents where you have very, very bad and egregious bad behavior, and nobody is indicted. But you find somebody that is indicted for essentially exercising the rights that all of us have under the First Amendment. And to see somebody paraded into a circus where you fingerprint and photograph the individual and you can't wait to release the photograph, it gets a little bit marginal, and you start saying, if they can go after a former president of the United States, what can they do to the rest of us? Now, John Floyd, this woman's father, and I know about that kind of thing when the FBI used to snatch us on a regular basis to interrogate us about what we were talking about when we started formulating what became affirmative action, when we started talking about the hell with being on knees about begging somebody to understand that we had rights, we said, we're Black and we're proud and we're going to die or exercise these rights and take somebody with us. Now, that was how we looked at it at the time and scared the hell out of the American public until they said, well, you know, they've got the same rights as anybody else, and none of the rest of us would put up with being treated like they have been treated. So we get it. Now, that's what I'm thinking about Georgia. You forgot the First Amendment, you forgot the Bill of Rights, and you allow local yokels in multiple occasions to intrude their will on that of the American public and say, I'm going to fix him. I'm going to get rid of him because I think he's evil, and take the selection away from everybody else.
But
now,
how does the case
I like to push back
how
on
the
that,
cases go? Let's start with New York very briefly. Trump got indicted for being the victim of felony blackmail. The corporate entity got indicted because they didn't give an accurate report, but there was a gag order on the settlement. And if they'd given an accurate report, they would have violated the law. So anyway, one person got indicted for being the victim of blackmail, and the other entity got indicted for following the law. You get down into this thing with the documents, and as I've said, the appellate rules, the appellate court, Supreme Appellate Court, has already decided the matter, 1988. When you get to what they did in Georgia, the most telling thing in there, and I downloaded the 92-page indictment, is that she actually has several counts in there, where she charges the defendants with the crime of advocating that their followers read or look at Newsmax. Now, I read Newsmax. So if I told somebody, one of you need to go look at this, it's got a good article on the subject, according to her, I would have committed a felony. Now, RICO is about getting your primary source of income from crime. Now I know Georgia's is kind of real loose and really exceeds even what the feds have, but still having a political perspective is not under American law crime, organized crime. It's absolutely ridiculous. We are putting ourselves in grave danger that if we allow this, you get just exactly what you get from the National Socialist Workers Party. What is the National
The Nazi
Socialist Workers
Party,
Party? That's it. And this stuff actually, word for word, the language you hear in our media right now was used in the German press in 1931, 32, 33, 34. You can hear it. So we're sitting there in a sense of we're going to get evil Trump. And what we're doing is getting ourselves and we're turning our liberty over to some scoundrels who want to protect themselves from free thought, free exchange of ideas, and oppress the rest of us.
Judge, my question, last question. I'm sorry.
Wait, how many questions did you ask?
The last one. My
Well,
sister.
no. Is this your third
He
question?
just
Yeah,
asked
it's
one.
too many questions. Other
Defense
people.
strategy
No,
twice
wait,
as
one
a
second. No,
lawyer.
one second, because I do know Sir Major want to rebuttal. I do let people rebuttal. I have to go to live, and there are other people that I brought up. So I will come back to you because your questions are questions where he's going to have to go in detail, and we need to move this along. So go rebuttal, Sir Major,
Thank
then
you.
I'm going to go to live.
Yeah, Judge, I just want to provide a little pushback. You talked about how that in the state of Georgia, folks couldn't wait to prosecute Trump. I mean, I think that, either you commit a crime or you don't, right?
He hasn't committed a crime. If it was in front of me, I'd dismiss it on application. I don't hear a crime. And the other thing is there's this thing in law called disparate treatment.
Let me finish my position. Please.
Okay.
So, and I'm a longtime supporter of yours.
I got it.
Yeah, for sure. So, I mean, this assertion that you gave, Judge, that folks couldn't wait to prosecute him and that he was treated unfairly, I thought that the state of Georgia treated him better than most. Not only him, but the everyday common folks that was associated in this case, the other 18 defendants. I've been arrested in Fulton County. I'm an activist in Atlanta, Georgia. Sir Major Page, right? Arrested plenty of times. Activism related, let's be clear. When you go to Fulton County Jail, we call it Rice Street, not Wright Street, but Rice Street, because that's the name of the street that is located on. In Atlanta, when you go there, Atlanta, Fulton County Jail is everyone's saying that it's a nasty jail, that it is not worthy for people to be in there. Trump shouldn't be there. The defendant shouldn't go there because it's just filthy and there's too many deaths and whatever. There's an argument to be made. But if it's good enough for black folks to be there, why is it not good enough for Trump to be there? The Fulton County Sheriff,
You see what
Pat
you
Labate.
just said?
Fulton County Sheriff Pat Labate.
Did you hear what you
roll
just
out
said?
I heard what I said, yes. He rolled out the red carpets for Donald Trump. This is not like Trump got any bad treatment. Trump did not have to change out. When you go take your mugshot, you got to take off your clothes and put on that orange jumpsuit. Trump was not mandated to do that. If I was a sheriff, he would have changed out and put on that orange uniform just like everyone else. He is no different, no better than black folks. And then his other 18
No. You're missing the point. Black folks should not be treated like that in Atlanta either.
Judge, his other 18 co-defendants would have done the same thing. They all had pre-negotiated bonds. That has never happened in the history of Fulton County, where you can go.
And it's a damn shame. Look, from Memphis, Tennessee, when I was practicing law 36, 37, 38, 39, 40 years ago, I would work with lawyers in Atlanta and negotiate bonds for surrender for some of my clients. So what the hell happened with Fulton County is right next to that corrupt Cobb County that also intrudes into Atlanta. Why don't you guys?
Are you dealing with high-profile cases, or is it
fact, Judge?
Are you dealing with?
I'm talking about clients of mine almost 40 years ago. I got bonds negotiated to arrange for them to go down there, surrender, and be immediately released. It ain't nothing new, and they were black. So
Judge, that doesn't happen in Fulton County. I'm telling you that now.
It happened 40 years ago. Damn straight it happened. So, I mean, what the devil is
So my black ass and
now?
the average black person does not get afforded that opportunity.
Maybe they didn't have a good enough lawyer. Maybe I was the good lawyer.
Well, I think your name does ring bells, though. Let's be honest.
I'm talking about 1982, 3, 4. Yeah.
All right. I want to move on to
but
the
point is, you do not, in American law, take the worst case where the situation is a travesty in and of itself and attempt to justify the continuation of the travesty. Black folks shouldn't be done that way. Nobody should be done that way. And you got a problem down there, Cobb County as well. And that's part of Atlanta too. You do not have justice coming out of your place, and you've got weak representatives down there who ought to get up off their lazy little accommodating butts and do something about it. Nobody should be treated like that. And the other damn thing is find me some votes. That's supposed to be incriminating. There's nothing wrong with that. In fact, hell, I said it myself in some official election proceedings, and I did not get prosecuted. Now, and they found some votes too. So advocacy, you're going to hold somebody, well, the language could have been interpreted. Well, hell, are you the same idiots that are talking about changing everybody's pronouns? You talking about imprecise language? Not you, sir. I understand your point. But quit falling for this propaganda. This is something entirely new. American politics is serious business. When it goes south, and we have a civil war, 1861 to 1865, where more people got killed in the Civil War than in every other war the U.S. has ever been in combined. That's what happens when it goes wrong. And we have to understand that this union is a bunch of diversity mixed into a pot with only one glue holding it together. That's the rules of the game we play by living here. It ain't cultural. It certainly isn't ethnic. It isn't color. It isn't hairstyle. It isn't anything else. It's because we have rules and we hold to those rules. And if you want to see a pretty good statement of it, check out the John Wick franchise, where they're always saying the rules separate us from the animals. There are consequences. And you see, that's what makes us human. You get 5 people marooned on an island, they set up rules. You get 3 people, they're in a tent, they set up rules. That's what humans do. And when somebody wants to break the rules...
Hey, yo, Phantom, mute up.
Yeah, we have rules.
Yo, Phantom, mute up, yo.
I need to reset the room. Please don't get... I don't know what he was saying. Everyone is muted because it's not their turn to talk, honey. That's how we're doing it today. We're not shouting over each other.
No, you need to throw the Negro. You need to throw him down.
I'm trying to figure out how the hell you coming off your mic when I got mute on everybody. See, this damn mute button is a delay, honey. Because I ain't unmuting it and people still able to talk. It's a delay with this mute button. So this is what's going to happen, because anybody want a request to come up, you better do it now, because when I go to live, who is next, I'm not taking any more requests because we're going to have to start wrapping it up. But before I go to live, I want everybody to donate to the judge. He's kicking a lot of knowledge. He's being patient, answering people questions in details. So put some respect on his time. And he is running for mayor of Memphis. Cash App, $ Judge Joe Brown 2023. $ Judge Joe Brown 2023. That's Cash App, $ Judge Joe Brown 2023. You could go, I'll put it up in a Jumbotron. You could go to his Twitter page. The links are there. Go to his campaign website, jjb2023.com, jjb2023.com. Go and support and donate. Thank you, Dark Kent from the YouTube, for sending in your donation. And it says, one second. Good luck, JJB. Is your barbecue sauce on your site as well? I'll put the link in the chat, and he will be purchasing his barbecue sauce. It's 198 people in the chat, and if everybody cash at $5, how much would that be, Judge?
You do your math.
I know I don't have the calculator in front of me, but just donate $5, and that's probably over that. Let me put it real quick. 198 times 5, that's $990. So that's $1,000 going towards his campaign. All right.
Now, let me say this, just to stop this. So it's not personal. It's just this. I've seen the rules when they go wrong. I know that the best way to resolve anything is in the free exchange of ideas. I know that is a difficult concept for a lot of people these days because they were raised in everybody gets a participation ribbon. Nobody is supposed to have their self-esteem damaged by having to compete with someone and losing. Everybody is entitled. If you want it, you get it. That's not how the world works. I grew up in an environment where you had to work at what you wanted. If somebody was talking about you, you learned how to run the dozen so you could talk about somebody back. If you got bullied, you learned how to fight so you could fight somebody back. Nowadays, nobody has to do anything because they're protected. I can see how the attitude I'm getting goes along with that kind of background, with the way people think. You don't want to be protected because if you set up a set of rules that make it unlawful to critique, criticize, down somebody, or talk against somebody, you run the high risk that people will take those rules, just like they've done right now, and start trying to use them to oppress. Now, if anybody gets oppressed, everybody can be oppressed. I don't care how nasty the person is. The point I was making earlier is I got a guy sitting in front of me who has got a very sound point of law when he's saying they violated my rights on this search and seizure. I can't say I don't like him, so I'm going to disregard the law. I have to totally disregard who he is, put on a set of blinders so I can't see him, make him wear a voice synthesizer so I can't recognize his voice, and then deal with the law.
Mm-hmm. All right. So it's 5 people requesting. So that's going to be the last 5. I need to clear out the speaker space up top. So if anyone is finished speaking, just drop down. I want to go to live, and it's live, then blessed, then patriot, Curvio, Fanto, Negro, and then that's what I got to start bringing people up. Go ahead, live.
Okay, no problem. Hey, Dana. And
Hi.
hey, Judge. Hello, hello,
How are
hello. Hey, Judge. Judge, I talked to you a couple of times before. I hope that you remember me, but if you don't, it's all good because I know you talk to a lot of people. I got a quick couple of questions to ask you, and I want you to have an open mind when I ask you this question. Is it okay?
Go ahead.
All right, here you go. You told me this before. You said that if my family have like our last names and we still live on that facility, whether if it's Durham, North Carolina or Stovall, North Carolina, you said that we have a fighting chance to get reparations because the family still live on that property, right?
Something like that. Go ahead.
All right. I want to know how the hell do we do it because we've been trying to look it up, but we couldn't
But
find it.
here's what I also told you. The highest likelihood of folk getting reparations is through a legislative appropriations and enablement act. In other words, somebody's legislative body has to pass a law that authorizes reparations and then set up a method to pay for that.
Mm-hmm.
Now, California, you had San Francisco, they passed one where it was supposed to be $9.5 million to every qualifying black folk, and then 90 to 95,000 a year for the rest of their lives guaranteed. Well, First off, that was just sheer political circus because one, California can't afford it. Two, they have what they call ballot initiatives. And if you get 2,500 signatures, you get the issue put on the next ballot. And considering that 54% of California in that area is Hispanic and something like 48% of the registered voters there are listed as Hispanic, that's not likely to survive any challenge. And even if it survived that, then it would have to go to the state Supreme Court and then through the U.S. courts. So the chance of that surviving are nil. I have an ongoing fight with California, have had every year for the last decade. They want to claim income tax, and I have to spend out several tens of thousands of dollars in lawyer and accounting fees every bloody year, proving that they have no claim. They haven't been able to sustain one in that decade, but that's cost me thousands of dollars in legal fees because they keep trying. See, that's what California's doing.
Let me ask you a question. I want to ask you a question
Okay,
because I
go ahead.
see right there it's more like kind of conflicted to me in my mind a little bit because I used to deal with politics. So when I seen what politics was doing, it was like for me like how come it was you're gonna be mad at me if I say this, but I'm gonna tell you this. Um, it was more for they was using like our dead folks and still like saying that it's okay for them to vote while people were sitting up there taking our names and things like that. I watched it. I watched it in my own eyes. And then it makes me wonder in that same thought, it's like, why do the immigrants get privilege over us? It's like using our name when the people is gone, and then you turn around and you get more privilege over us. Like I want that right there to be like a focus or either to be explained to where as though we can separate ourselves from it.
Okay, National Socialist Workers Party, aka the Nazis, did this
What?
in the late
Nice.
1920s and early 1930s. What happens is they try to flip the script. Same people that are using our dead ancestors to falsely cast votes are the same people that's worrying about indicting somebody, or not worrying about, but trying to get somebody convicted of exercising free speech to point out the crookedness. So be careful when you approve of restricting somebody's rights, because that provides scoundrels, crooks, etc., an ideal way to do exactly what you're talking about they're doing wrong. Be careful. See, it's not about an individual, it's about the principle of law. It's not okay to go steal a dead person's identity and cast a false vote in their name. But the same people that are doing it are the same people that want to make it a crime to question it. See, what you're doing right now treads loosely or closely on what this group of people that some folk look at as boogeymen got indicted for. They questioned it. Now, that's
I
the
should mind my damn business.
But it is your business.
All right. I want to go to Blessed.
Hey, good evening, y'all. Thanks to the host. Thanks to the audience for listening. Peace and reparations. So, the invasion of propaganda with Judge Joe Brown. Well, Judge, I travel for work, so let me start by saying I had the pleasure of being in Memphis a couple of weeks ago, and it was terrible. And you can really see the segregation and disparity between the Black American community and the white community, especially with Germantown and what they got going on in East Memphis. It was worse than Atlanta. I didn't even know, and that really saddened me. It seems you wanted to say something. I wasn't done, but I know if you wanted to chime in, you
No,
could.
what is your question?
Okay, thanks. So yeah, Judge, I have the pleasure of traveling for work, so I see what's going on with us all around. And I think some of it is propaganda and some of it is actually miseducation and lack of education. And our people specifically. I mean, of course, on the other side, they're just following Fox News. We understand that. But our people need to be awakened, if you will, to what's happening to Black Americans specifically and what has happened to us since the end of slavery. And I think people don't understand the timeline. And I have a reparations march coming up. You know, that's
Wait,
one of
what
my
is your
main
question?
things.
What is your question? What's your
But
question? What is your
well,
question?
well, my question was, what was his take on what I was saying?
Okay, I'm kind of trying to wade through this. Okay, Memphis, there is a great discrepancy between certain parts of the town and certain others. One part of town has one of the absolute highest per capita incomes in America, and the other part has the lowest. However, for Memphis itself, last I checked, just a little more than 19% of the registered voters are white. Almost 70% of the police department is Black. The chief of police is a Black female. Almost that percentage of the sheriff's department for the county is Black. There's a Black sheriff. 82%, 80% of the command hierarchy in the police and sheriff's departments are Black. 60% of the criminal court judges are Black and female. 70% of the jury pool is Black. So perhaps what the problem is what we're doing to ourselves. Now, I can prove these things, but the problem is that our Black leadership has been extremely weak. There are exceptions, but they are falling into the Democratic Party trap. They're talking about gun control, and you've got young thugs who don't give a damn about the law, and they're killing. We are now the murder capital of America. We're the rape capital of America. We're the kidnapping capital of America. And we're certainly the carjacking capital of America. We have abysmally poor civil services around here. The grass is not cut. You saw how filthy the highways are. The potholes are ridiculous. And I counted up $3.5 billion that just got stolen over the last 2 years and going into certain affluent pockets, thanks to the wrongdoing of Black elected officials who are getting crumbs out of it. Now, whose fault is that? And then the Black press around here is almost non-existent, but we've got a press that the Black folks support who goes around trying to critique anybody that makes any changes in this mess. Or not critique, but to criticize and diminish anybody that would dare to sit there and say this is corrupt. So that is a problem. We bring it on ourselves. This is the largest predominantly Black city in the United States. It's not Atlanta, it's Memphis. And what excuse do we have for our condition but for the fact that we allow it to exist? And you can get somebody, me and a few other people I know, who could change this very quickly because the people would support the change. But we can't get anybody in because, and by the way, the Justice Department said this didn't happen. And I guess Fannie would want us to be prosecuted for this. But by the way, back 2008, 15 years ago, the Justice Department found that the voting machine process around here was so corrupt, they put up the money to replace the machines. Now, for 15 years, our folk refused to approve it, and they stole the money. Now they're saying they have to raise sales taxes to pay for the machines that were paid for 15 years ago that a majority Black county commission repeatedly voted against replacing. So whose fault is that?
I want to
So
move on.
let me just finish then. Thank you.
Well,
I'll be
no,
quick, Dana.
actually, no, because I this is why when people right about now, we already been up here for over 3 hours. So I'm only letting people come up, ask that question, and he's going to answer it. The dialogue actually took place 2 hours in the first 2 hours. So you have to get to your question and not like a long story. So I really got to go on to other speakers, and I have 5 already in queue. So just come back next week Tuesday. So I need to go to Patriot.
Well, I'm trying to send some people his way. That's all I'm trying
Are
to
you
do.
trying to send some people his way in Memphis to vote for
Yeah.
him? Go
No,
to the
to
website.
help him and do everything.
How?
They're black
Okay.
activists in
So,
Memphis.
all right. So then
So
reach
I'm
out to
trying
him.
to do that, man.
How are you trying to do that right now in this space? You can't do it right now in this space.
Well,
Go to his website, send him an email so that you can let the people know what you want to do to send to
yeah,
help
like
him.
I said, I got some black activists who are in Memphis who are willing to help. They're stand up brothers. I will if I can reach out to you or
Okay,
him by
I'll give
DM,
you a
that's
site.
fine.
I'll give you a site to go to.
Go to his
JJ
website, jjb2023.com, where it says contact us. Contact him right through there. And you can send that website to the activists. All right, I need to go on to Patriot. Go ahead.
Can I make a suggestion?
Go ahead.
Have several questions asked, and I'll try to answer them as a group, so I don't.
They don't know if they have the same question or not.
Well,
So
I know I can listen, and you get me 3 or 4
just have
questions.
your question
I can try to answer
ready.
all of them.
Have your question ready so he can answer it. That's all I'm saying.
Okay, I'll make it a quick, brief answer. Go ahead.
All right, Patriot.
Hello, shouts out to the host. How you doing, Judge Joe Brown? I've been watching you for the last like 2 decades and stuff, man. I'm a big fan. One question I got. I had a couple, but I'm gonna make it short. Okay. Was there any wrongdoing? I heard you briefly. I just came in. I heard you talking about the DA in Fulton County. I know she did. She handled the case sloppy, but what in particular about this indictment that you think she handled sloppy?
Well, let's put it this way. In her indictment, one of the grounds she relies upon several times is that the Trump crowd actually had the temerity that suggested people go to Newsmax for their information. I'm looking at that. I said, that's the first time I've ever heard of anybody being indicted in modern times for recommending that somebody read or look at some alternative news source. Now, that's the flavor for the whole thing. If you get into it, the problem is that essentially you are indicting somebody because they exercise their First Amendment rights in a fashion you disapproved of. What we're having is there was no public disorder that flowed from it. You've got a problem with one of the residents of her very district, Stacey Abrams. And Stacey Abrams just last month was hollering about she got the election stolen from her, that there was a cheat going on, and that she should have been governor of Georgia. So she said the same things exactly that Trump said, but it's obvious to anybody who's outside that if A did it and nothing's done, and B did the same thing, but something is done, that under law is called disparate treatment. And that is grounds for dismissing indictments, having some appellate relief for things. That's all kinds of stuff in there. The phrase is disparate treatment. Is everybody treated the same? And there you go. So Fulton County is possessed of Stacey Abrams, former candidate for Georgia governor. And is she treated like Donald Trump? Is she treated by anybody else, like anybody else that's in this crew of indictment? And what about the brother who was the last one to get out of jail?
Yeah.
And why wasn't he ROR'd up front and treated with the same kind of kid glove treatment as everybody else? Now, that offends me more than the fact that these people who have all this national attention brought to them weren't treated like black folk were when they were treated inappropriately in Fulton County.
Okay, thank you, Patriot. So this is the thing. A lot of people coming in now, and this is what only thing I don't like about Twitter Space. It doesn't give you a time of how long that Twitter Space have been going on. So just for information to the room, we've been on here for 3 hours and 37 minutes. So I don't want people to feel like I'm being short with them, but I'm just asking you to be short and have your questions ready. Also, if you did donate, take a screenshot and put it in the comments, just to show that you supported Judge Joe Brown. And I do want people to donate because he's been up here for over 3 hours, and I'm asking $5. There's already 230 people in this chat. I don't have the calculator right now in front of me, but if everybody donate $5, that's over 1,000. Take a screenshot, and like I said, put it in the comment section. And there you could donate to his Cash App, $ Judge Joe Brown 2023, $ Judge Joe Brown 2023, or go to the website jjb2023.com, and you could donate straight from the website. So I want to go to Cuervo. I don't know how to pronounce that.
Thank you for giving me a mic. It's Cuervo, kind of like.
That's what I kind of thought, but I didn't want to say it wrong. Okay.
It's actually not like Jose Cuervo. It's actually Spanish for crow, like eating crow. My question for Judge, and first of all, Judge, I want to just say, good luck on your candidacy in Memphis. This country needs good leaders at all levels. Doesn't matter if it's for mayor, city council, all the way up to the presidency. So I will definitely donate to you. My question, though, is this. It's kind of a tongue-in-cheek, but would there be any instance where somebody impersonating an officer would be able to use an "I'm an activist" claim as defense for impersonating an officer?
No. That isn't an excuse. It's like, see, when you are an officer, you become an officer of the state. You become an officer representing the interest of the people of the state, however many million you have in the state. When you are officially a doctor and you're licensed, you have been certified as being qualified to give opinions on medical matters and dispense prescriptive or restricted medication. If you are a dentist, the same thing there. If you are a lawyer, you can give legal advice and people can rely upon it. And if there is anything wrong, if they can prove that they got the advice from you, then you become liable for the mischance of having listened to you. So these things are important because when you are a sworn officer exercising authority on behalf of the people of your state, there are certain things you can do that ordinary lay people can't do, such as if there is a felony that has in fact occurred, then a layman can make a citizen's arrest. If there is a misdemeanor that occurs in the presence of the citizen, he may make a misdemeanor arrest. An officer is only supposed to make a misdemeanor arrest if it occurs in his presence, just like a civilian. But he can make an arrest if there is a reasonable suspicion that a felony has occurred, not a situation where, in fact, one has occurred. You see the difference? There's more power because there are things that are of primary interest to the people. So if you are impersonating an officer, that is a criminal act.
Thank you for clarifying. I really appreciate that. Maybe one of your speakers can allude on his arrest.
Danny, check your back channel. There's you got 2 trolls on stage.
Cool. Thanks. And then the other thing, just one last comment.
Dana, drop him down, Danny. He's a troll.
Which
drop
one?
Him down. The guy that's talking, the curvy.
Why you say that?
I'm telling you, he's a troll. You got 2 trolls on stage. Check your back channel.
Oh, because I'm a troll?
Drop the trolls
who gives
down.
you the authority to say who's a troll?
You're not going
and
to commandeer this space. You're not commandeering this space. This is a black space.
But you can commandeer it.
This is a black space, and you're not going to commandeer it.
I got you. You can commandeer it.
You're not going to
commandeer
our
Why
black
do you
space.
say he's a troll? Because he was asking a question.
Yeah, he's asking a question that is related to me. That's what he's trying to do. He's trying to take a dig at me because I was accused of impersonating police. Actually, Fonda Willis tried to prosecute me,
Oh,
and
okay.
she
So
dismissed the
y'all
charge.
have
Yeah,
history.
yeah.
I
You
get
got
it.
two trolls. Alpha Warrior's a troll, and so is the Cuervo guy's a troll.
Oh, okay. Yeah, we're trolls. You know, I do find it
Sir,
interesting.
this is not your stage.
Judge,
This is
you
not your
mentioned.
All right,
stage.
stop. All right, everybody
Okay, let
stop.
me just recite the law. In 1970, United States the Supreme Court dealing with Title VII, discrimination in employment, said it is impermissible to ask a person on a job application whether they've been arrested. You may ask if they've been convicted, but not arrested. The reason? Because at the time, it was statistically impossible for a black man in America to reach 25 years of age without having been arrested at least once for no good cause. So that is a situation that still exists to a certain extent. A mere arrest is not a condemnation. You can only do that if there is a conviction. Why? Under our law, there is a presumption of innocence. And if a person is indicted, arrested, they are presumed innocent of the charges until they are proven guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. That presumption of innocence stands as a witness for them, and it creates a presumption that the arrest warrant and or the indictment or information or the presentment is in fact a mistake. So we have to deal with that being our law. If you're ever in France, be aware of the fact that if you are arrested over there, you are presumed guilty until you prove yourself innocent. You see, there's a difference.
All right.
So the fact that somebody may have been arrested for a charge does not impute anything upon them unless they were convicted of that charge.
All right. So, listen, I am about that bag, and I want to say thank you to Grumpy Cajun. He sent in a donation, a nice one. Thank you so much. And I'm going to skip Fanto and Negro. I will come back to you and Black Authority because Rosenza, he sent it a donation, and he did put it in the message that he sent it a donation of $20. And I do give people who do pay with money preferential treatment over others because, like I said, I'm not that bad. This is about money and business, and I believe in nepotism to a certain degree. So after Renza, I will swing back to Fanto, Negro, and then Black Authority. If you did send in a donation, put in a screenshot, and I will bump you up to the list as well. Yeah, so go ahead, Renza.
Hi, everybody. Hi, Judge. This is Arenza. I just want to thank you for all the work that you do. I'm contacting you from Anchorage, Alaska. We spoke last time during one of the spaces. I don't know if you remember me, but I had a question for you that's a little bit off sub, but it's on sub with your topic of the invasion of propaganda. I noticed that certain major corporate stores like Target and Walmart are trying to prevent people from exercising their First Amendment rights when we have the Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals decisions that says that it's allowed. How do you fight back that? I mean, if it's a federal decision on the Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals here on the West Coast, what could be done on a lower level that would reflect or complement a decision that was made on the Ninth Circuit? How do you fight that? How do you create a legal shield around the decision that was made in the Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals? And I'll land my plane.
There's what you call civil disobedience. That's what the civil rights movement was about. A peaceful, nonviolent civil disobedience of what was once the law in a lot of southern states. Now, that dealt with a philosophy that said the old English way of having an aristocracy, and before that, the old ways of the old world where slavery was viewed as appropriate, necessary, and profitable, should be carried over into.
Your mic is muffled, Judge.
Okay, now, the thing I would say is that that's no longer the law, so the law evolved, but that's one form of civil disobedience. In another, what the Ninth Circuit comes up with may or may not be in sync with what the rest of the country or a large segment of the country thinks. So we probably will get a pushback from time to time. The Ninth Circuit can do some very interesting and sometimes wise things, and it can do some other stuff that makes you want to shake your head and wonder what they had on their minds. But it is what it is.
Right. Actually, I'm gonna skip over Fanto and Negro again and go to Black Authority, because Black Authority has donated several times to Judge Joe Brown campaign, and it's nice, generous donations. So, and like I said, it's about money at the end of the day. I don't do shit for free, nor do I talk for free, and nor should the judge, but he is running for mayor. So your money is going, I know. But he's running for mayor, and your money is going to his campaign, and it's the best investment you can invest in, best person. So go ahead, Black Authority, and then Fanto, then Negro.
Okay, thank you for allowing me to speak again. Yeah, shout out to Judge Joe Brown, of course, the new mayor of Memphis. So my question, I want to list off just like 5 or 6 names, and there's a theme here. Florida State Attorney Prosecutor Monica Worrell, St. Louis Circuit Attorney Kim Gardner, North Carolina Supreme Court Justice Anita Earls, Massachusetts U.S. Attorney Rachel Rollins, and former Baltimore District Attorney Marilyn Mosby. And then my final one is, of course, Georgia Fulton County District Attorney Fannie Willis. These are all Black women that were all elevated to positions of prosecutor, and the one is an actual judge. And they're all facing, they all have actually faced removal to or in the process of being removed from their positions. And in Georgia, especially under this Trump situation, they had preemptively set in legislation so that they could remove her, understanding that she was going to bring forth these charges. So the ultimate question is that we have these rules that are in place. We have this constitution that is in place that is supposed to protect us all as citizens, as Black Americans in this country. Yet they change the rules in order to cause us harm in this society. How do you feel about all of these Black women who were elevated to these really high positions and had all this authority being removed from their positions, mainly because they were just trying to do the right thing?
Well, doing the right thing kind of depends upon who's calling the shot. Now, there is a problem. There is a big problem. And if I said it candidly, I would be stepping on some people's toes and would probably offended some people. It's got to do with the fact that one of the techniques of facilitating slavery from way back when was putting elements of the slave process into Black culture. And that being the case, there is an unfortunate carryover from that period. And what it was about was, at all cost on the plantation, the slave owner was encouraged to deal just with Black females when it came to matters that touched on slaves and the condition of the slaves. Never deal with Black men. And there is a position I have heard stated over and over right now, that what you see with the Democratic Party's reliance upon, shall we say, encouraging Black folk, Black women rather, to be in charge, to the exclusion of the black man, that's merely a carryover from that negative aspect of black culture. You can read it in a lot of postings on X these days, and you can see it in operation. Black women need to take charge of the situation. Black women, it's time for them to take over politics. Black women need to be pushed in employment when you got a situation where only 41% of the black folk employed are black men. Black women needs to be pushed in education, where the national thing is for undergrad college students. Only 32% of the college undergrads are male. For black folk, it's this 26% of the college undergrads are male. You see, it's this move where neutrality is not recognized, and what you have when you have black women doing what you see them do is they become the poster children for a certain type of, what is it, putting the masculine side of society in its place. That's not a good picture, and that's not a good thing.
Okay. I'm going to skip again over Fanto and Negro and jump to Michael, because Michael just sent in a nice donation via YouTube. And like I said, financially, I believe in nepotism when it comes to finance. So go ahead, Michael, and then I will go to Fanto and Negro and I guess, well, who's it? Alpha. All right, go ahead, Michael. Is he still there? No, I don't see him. Where'd he go? Nope. I don't know what happened to Michael, but thank you for the donation. He's a regular donator at that. All right, go ahead, Fanto.
Yeah, my question for the judge, and it's a real honor to speak to you here, is what's your thoughts on the New World Order? And do you think that there is a New World Order control of the United States and the rest of the world? And if you do you think it's biblical?
I don't think there is a new world order. What I think a lot of people are overlooking is Article 1, Section 8 of the Constitution says the duty of the president, the armed forces, the nation, is to, and this is a quote, enforce the law of nations, unquote. And Article 6 of the Constitution says treaties ratified by the Senate shall become part of the supreme law of the land. So since the U.S. generically would, as a civilized nation, hypothetically at least, follow the law of nations, and since it has treaty obligations that are ratified by the Senate, to the United Nations, to NATO, CETO, and other things like Interpol, you might say that it is part of American law to follow international law. Now, one thing that we have a bad tendency to do is to assume that there must be some supermind that is directing everything evil. I recognize it immediately because when I was in my early 20s, when I was in my late teens, I heard it over and over again that our local Negroes are peaceful and have good relations with white folk, and they wouldn't be acting like they were except for outside agitators who come in and convince them that they should get rowdy. We don't have somebody that influential who is alive. Jesus is not. Muhammad is not. Abraham is not. They're all gone beyond. They're on the other side, and their principles may be there, but they're not. But you attribute to these billionaires a power that is almost mystical. A lot of folk have never even heard of them. I'm not saying they don't have undue influence, but you have entities like Russia, where Putin is supposed to have a net worth of $120 billion personally. Or you have somebody in the People's Republic of China who has absolute authority at this point to exercise the power of the largest country in the world, probably one of the, if not the most technologically advanced. And all of these entities have various and sundry effective programs of assassination where they could take some of these people out.
All right, Judge, I don't want it to be too long because we got to wrap it up.
That was the conclusion. In other words, one world order is an explanation for a feeling of impotence in the face of American politics, which is not the reality. The people do have power. The people did start the first modern revolution. The people fought the Civil War, and they managed to beat down everybody else who challenged the position of the United States. So we should keep that in mind, and we should be very careful about what we do choose to follow. But I don't think we are in danger of a one world government taking over, and I've heard that repeated in various.
Yeah, honestly, I think that's a stupid question for people to ask. One world governments. No, it will never happen because it's a whole bunch of nations that have nuclear weapons. All right. I'm skipping over Negro, and I should have skipped over Fanto again, but I just saw Alpha donated, and I caught it kind of late.
How much did he donate?
I'm sorry. He donated more than $5. Being that you want to know, how much did you donate? That's the question. So
asking, well, I'm not listening.
No, but my point is when I said when it comes to nepotism, it has to be a financial nepotism. I asked for
but we want to make sure he's donating.
No, ain't no we. How much did you donate?
I donated anonymously.
Okay, well, I didn't see that screenshot. Why? It's no such thing as anonymously. So again,
Danny, you know,
no. My point is this, and I hate the mute button. Like everybody just stay on their mic. This man donated. He donated more than $5. What I asked for, he put the proof in the thing. Thank you. Which is why I'm going to him next. Nepotism. Nepotism. When you got money, nepotism exists. Yeah, capitalism.
I'm not hearing this.
I know. This has nothing to do with the judge. This is me telling you to donate, asking you to donate. So, Alpha, go ahead. You have the floor.
Thank you, ma'am. Absolute honor to have this time to listen to you, Judge, and thanks for having me, Dana. Judge, did a little over a decade and a half in law enforcement, and the one thing that I've come to realize is the plea bargain system in our courts has been weaponized against people. It's put people in a position where they don't even have the ability to fight for an honest chance at proving their innocence. Is it even possible to eliminate the plea bargain from our court system, or to at least put more checks and balances into it so that it's not being weaponized against the people?
It depends upon the person who occupies the generally elected position of district attorney general, and this principle that's been long established in Anglo-American law of prosecutorial discretion. To be candid, our system has morphed into something that controls surplus labor more so than controls crime. And for the last 50 years, the unfortunate statistic is just a little more than 2% of the people in American penitentiaries were put there because of a jury verdict. 97+% of the Americans in prison pled guilty, and 84 to 87%, stat varies depending upon the year and the location. 84 to 87% confessed. And having been involved in representation, prosecution, presiding over criminal matters for 50 years, most of the confessions are, not every one, are pretty legitimate. And the guy that's hollering about them not being was snotting up, crying and crying for his mama and telling on everybody. Now, I have represented people or been part of a defense team where the so-called confession was bogus, so that is a reality. But without plea bargaining, most of our system would completely break down because we don't have enough criminal courts to deal with every matter going to trial. We simply cannot handle that.
All right. Thank you, JV. He donated. He's not a speaker, but he donated, and I'm pretty sure there are people who are listening that donated today. You are greatly appreciated. So I want to say thank you, JV, because he did put it in the comment section. Negro, you have the
Hey,
floor.
what up? Hey, what up, Dana? And hello, Judge. How's things going?
All right, sir.
I'm doing great. I have a question. I saw what you posted up in the Yahoo article, right, Dana? And I posted a comment. And this is like my view about the whole Anti-Defamation League thing, just from a wider scope. I think that this is a road to dismantling legacy organizations. I think that this is the gateway to this conversation. To even when I see Ed Blum taking shots at Black nonprofits and foundation, I find that very concerning. And then now you see him challenging the ADL. I'm not saying that the ADL is in our best interests or anything of that nature, but I'm just seeing that a breakdown of a civil rights legacy civil rights organizations. What do you say to that?
What are you going to do about it? See, we operate under a system where the First Amendment guarantees freedom of speech and the press. So if somebody wants to speak against a certain point of view or a certain advocacy, or say somebody is harmful to our cause, so we exercise economic power to have some influence, what are we going to do about it without changing the rules? And do we really want to change the rules? That's the question. I'll give brief.
Judge, wait, Judge. It's not about changing the rules. It's more or less the concerns that we might have. We already don't have any protections, and I feel like we're at a point where they're dismantling all the things that could provide protections for us as a community, and that's what's alarming from a person that's in the nonprofit spaces.
Okay, here's what I'm alluding to. The more thoroughly you are protected by your government or the governmental process, the more deeply you become jeopardized by oppression, potential oppression. Our Constitution is a compromise. There are some collateral consequences to our Constitution. It's like driving a motor vehicle. We don't want to have to walk everywhere or go at the pace of a horse, which is dangerous because you can get thrown and break your neck. So when we drive 55, 65, 75 on the freeway, there is a high danger that there will be a catastrophic accident. Somebody will die or be mutilated. But we don't want to give up the convenience of the fast transportation because of the collateral damage. There are certain inherent advantages to our system, along with free speech, that have some pretty nasty consequences sometimes that are collateral to the process, but the benefits so far outweigh the negative possibilities that we tolerate them and say it's worth the time, it's worth the effort, it's worth the risk to get these other things. That's what we're talking about here. So when you start thinking about controlling something that makes you feel uncomfortable, my mind goes back to elementary, junior high, and high school when we used to run the dozens. Let's talk about everybody else's mama while they talked about yours. Your feelings might get hurt, but the way to do it is not fight about it. Is figure out how to get a little bit more witty in what you say to somebody when you come back at them.
Right. All right. So one more thing. Thank you to Ken. Thank you to Zalee Harris. These are people who are putting their donations, what they donated, in the chat. And let me just say this for you broke ass haters that are commenting. Anyone could request to come up and speak. We actually been up here for 4 hours, right? And it's been a minute since the judge did a Twitter space. What I'm saying is, if you donate and show that you donate and you are a speaker, I'm going to bump you to the top of the speaker list. Because if it's 10 people waiting to speak and you sent in a $20 or $5 minimum donation, I'm not going to have you wait 19 people. You pay for the privilege.
So, I didn't hear that.
Kind of like what Donald Trump did, right?
Yes, and that's my next point. That's my next point. Because you saw a mugshot released. I don't give a goddamn if he was an ex-president or not. A mugshot was released across the world, and that man donated over $20 million less than 24 goddamn hours. You have a black judge right here on this goddamn Twitter space. He sat up here for 4 fucking hours. I don't see the Treasury sees the Cash App. So I ain't gonna do too much blasting, but I'm just saying over 200 people, $5, that's over 1,000. Cause y'all the same people that donated to Trump's fucking mugshot. So whoever's in my goddamn comments talking about some, oh, she don't know nothing, all this other bullshit, take your broke ass out of my motherfucking space. Matter of fact, don't follow me or the judge. This is a black man and he can get over $1,000. And he sat up here for 4 hours talking to you, answering your questions. So miss me with that bullshit.
She's not a representative of the campaign. Just want to put that disclaimer out there.
No,
guys.
you ass up too. You're gonna mute your ass up too. So
okay, let me say something.
No.
Let
me just finish this out. Let me just finish this out. Because I am part of his campaign to as far as helping him media-wise, getting the word out, asking people to donate. Why is it a problem when a black person asking other people to donate? And it's only from that same black person group. I don't get the feedback or the pushback from white people. I'm sorry. Now that could be another fucking Twitter space we could have. So don't question me how much I'm asking or how much did they donate or I'm not a part of this, because you're wrong. And don't complain in my comment section because I'm saying I believe in nepotism when it comes to finance. This man is running for office.
Okay, let me add something humorous to the mix. If everybody's donating because of a mugshot, hell, I've got one of my own.
That's right, you
got
do.
Locked up for contempt because I defended a black woman from a racist, lazy, ignorant idiot who was a lawyer hired to sit for a judge who dropped out of the 5th grade and had no education.
Now,
so she was being oppressed, but I went to jail rather than to let her suffer the oppression, and I wound up protecting her.
What did I say to you last week, Judge? I said when we did the YouTube show and we talked about that mugshot and I uploaded that clip and that particular video clip went viral. And I said the thumbnail, I wanted to put your mugshot and Trump. You said no. See, I know how to get to that bag, but
the circumstances dictated it. I was responding to something, and it was said with humor, a little comedy.
So I'm like, if this man with just a mug shot in under 7 hours, he got 20 million. So
well,
who's in my comment section complaining? And look at their background, look at their color, look at their race.
Well,
yeah, I'm going there. I'm
but
going there.
Look at mine and the fact that I look better than he does. So no aspersions cast. It's just a fact. But reality is reality. I don't want to give mine.
And anybody who donate, this message is not for you. It's but I'm just saying, I'm generalizing this right now. But anyway, look, it's been 4 hours. It's been a month since you've been on Twitter Space, and hopefully you won't be campaigning. You have time next week, but I am going to keep it at a 2-hour mark. You're doing a lot of moving around, Judge.
I can't help it. Something bumped out in my front yard, and I wanted to see what it was.
So thank you. First of all, thanks to everybody that donated. The ones that did put the clip and the screenshots, and the ones that did not. Thank you to everybody that tuned in listening. Thank you to everybody, all the speakers that came up. I appreciate you guys. Listen, everybody did ask great questions. They were too good because he had to answer in detail. And I appreciate you, even the ones that stayed throughout the whole 4 hours and the ones that came in afterwards. Next week, Tuesday, we like to schedule the Twitter Space, Judge Joe Brown Twitter Space, and he is running for mayor of Memphis. Go to his website, jjb2023.com, 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 and donate. Cash App, $ Judge Joe Brown 2023. Judge Joe Brown 2023, $ Judge Joe Brown 2023. I know people are requesting to come back up, but like I said, it's already 4 hours. So, and I need to go watch Francis Tiafoe and Ben Shelton, honey, 2 black men playing in the quarterfinals at the U.S. Open in Queens, New York. This is the first time in 15 years since 2 black men played at the quarterfinals in the U.S. Open. And I don't know when the last time a black man won the U.S. Open. I think it was still Arthur Ashe. So 2 black Americans playing against each other, which means there's only going to be 1 black American left in the tournament. And I am rooting for that person. So I need to watch that, and that's starting at 8:30. However, I need you, Judge, to close us out.
Well, that's a heavyweight thing. It's been a very interesting Twitter Space. And I must confess that I was quite fascinated by some of the questions. People are thinking, but I will say this. Keep thinking a little more, because a lot of the questions are dictated by the fruits of propaganda. So you've heard a lot of things. They've become part of your mindset. They're part of your subconscious, but be very leery of those things, because when you think in terms that the propagandist has attempted to get you to think in terms of, he's won half the battle. So just check yourself and go over everything you think you hold dear and see why you hold to it. A lot of the things may not be in your best interest, but it's been an interesting session. Keep up the good work. We must spread the word to be critical, analytical, reasonable, rational, and logical. Truth has no face but truth itself. Do not be offended because something somebody tells you may not go along with your immediate beliefs. You might prosper if you pay a bit of attention and at least try to figure out why what you hear does not match what you're thinking. I go through this reassessment all the time myself. So it is what it is. Hang in there.
All right, everybody. Enjoy the rest of your week and have a wonderful night.
Oh, one other thing too. before we go. On the 14th of this month, if you live in Memphis, we will be having a fundraiser and party at Chuckles, the comedy club.
Yeah, I need a link so where people could go and buy tickets.
I posted that.
No, you posted the flyer, but I need the link that people click and go purchase the tickets.
And we might even give away a few tickets too.
Okay. All right.
Maybe 100 tickets might be giving them away. All right.
All right, cool. All right, everybody. Have a wonderful week and enjoy your evening. Good night.